Hello and welcome to Sleep Science Space. Tonight we're stepping gently into the quiet, intricate world of plants, an entire kingdom that operates on its own unhurried timescale, a place where leaves respond to sunlight, roots navigate the soil with surprising precision, and entire forests may be communicating in ways we're only beginning to understand. It's a universe of chemistry structure and slow but purposeful motion. I should warn you, hopefully not too strongly, that this topic can be unexpectedly fascinating. If it holds your attention longer than you planned, at least you'll drift off, knowing something new. There are worse ways to get it bombs spend a restless night. Before we dive in, if you enjoy falling asleep to calm explorations of science, tapping the like button and subscribing would mean a lot. It helps more wandering minds find this little corner of the internet. And while you're settling into a comfortable position, I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. The comments usually turn into a gentle constellation of listeners scattered across the world. Take a moment to let your shoulders loosen. Let your breathing settle into a steady, comfortable rhythm, like the slow turn of a plant following the sun across the sky. And just a small reminder, this video is purely for learning and relaxation. It isn't medical guidance, and it certainly can't replace giving a kind word to your houseplants, though that's always encouraged. Let's begin. Plants are often underestimated. They don't dash across a field or flap their wings. They don't blink, growl, or chase anything. To the casual observer, they appear motionless green fixtures in the scenery. But pause for a moment and look more closely, and you'll realize there's far more happening than meets the eye. Plants are remarkably sophisticated organisms. Every part of them, from the tiniest root hair to the broadest leaf, is designed for survival. Their bodies are engineered to capture light, manage water, sense their surroundings, and respond to subtle changes in the environment, all without taking a single step. Movement is measured in millimeters, chemistry unfolds continuously, and adaptation happens quietly but effectively. So let's begin at the logical starting point, the structure of a plant's body. What exactly are these organisms made of, and how does a life form with such limited mobility manage to thrive in almost every environment on Earth? To begin, plants are organized around the three primary organs: roots, stems, and leaves. Together, these systems form a coordinated network that moves water, nutrients, and energy through the plant's body with quiet efficiency. Even though they appear simple from the outside, each organ performs multiple tasks that allow the plant to survive, grow, and respond to its surroundings. Let's start underground. Roots are often overlooked, yet they are some of the busiest structures in the plant world. Buried beneath the surface, they anchor the plant firmly in place and pull water and dissolved minerals out of the soil. But they're far from passive. Roots actively sense their environment. They detect moisture levels, soil density, chemical cues, and even tiny gradients of gravity. They grow toward favorable conditions and steer away from harmful ones. When roots hit compacted soil stones or dry patches, they adjust their angle, slow their growth, or branch in a different direction. It's a slow, persistent exploration, almost like a biological mapping system. In large plants, root networks can be astonishingly expansive. A single mature tree may extend its roots well beyond its visible crown, sometimes reaching distances several times the tree's height. The underground architecture is vast, finely branched, and constantly remodeling itself. In some ecosystems, roots from neighboring plants can even fuse, forming living connections that allow them to exchange water nutrients and signaling molecules. Above the surface, the plant's shoot system, its stems, branches, flowers, and fruits takes over. The stem acts as the central support column, lifting leaves towards sunlight and holding the plant's structure upright. It also houses the internal transport system that moves water, minerals, and sugars between different organs. Inside every stem, two long distance transport tissues act like biological pipelines. The first is the xylem, the channel responsible for carrying water and mineral nutrients upward from the roots. Its movement is driven by transpiration, the continuous evaporation of water from leaf surfaces. As water leaves the plant, more water is pulled upward in a steady stream, a bit like drawing liquid up a very fine straw. The second pipeline is the phloem, which transports sugars and other organic molecules made during photosynthesis. Unlike the xylem, the phloem can move resources in multiple directions, sending energy rich compounds to growing shoots developing fruits or storage tissues underground. It's essentially the plant's internal delivery service, ensuring that each part receives what it needs. And then we come to the leaves, the main engines of plant life. Leaves are remarkable pieces of biological design. Their broad, thin surfaces are optimized to intercept sunlight, while tiny adjustable pores on their undersides, called stomata, regulate the exchange of gases with the air. These stomata can open wide when conditions are favorable or close tightly to conserve water during heat or drought. Inside each leaf, thousands of chloroplasts carry out photosynthesis. These tiny green organelles house chlorophyll, the pigment that captures light energy. Using sunlight, carbon dioxide, and water, chloroplasts synthesize glucose, the fuel that powers the plant. Oxygen is released as a byproduct, an outcome that has shaped life on Earth in profound ways. Leaf shape varies tremendously across the plant kingdom, each form reflecting the environment in which it evolved. Needle-like leaves help conifers avoid water loss in cold, dry regions. Enormous tropical leaves maximize light capture under dense jungle canopies. Succulent leaves store water in arid climates. Each design hints at the challenges the plant faces and the strategies it uses to cope with them. Plants also have the ability to modify their growth based on local conditions. This flexibility, known as phenotypic plasticity, means a plant isn't locked into one form. In low light, it may stretch upward. In bright conditions, it might stay short and produce more branches. Roots adjust their depth or spread depending on water and nutrient availability. These responses aren't conscious decisions, but they're incredibly precise, shaped by chemical feedback and environmental cues. Some plants have evolved highly specialized structures with interesting functions. Tendrils. Those slender curling threads found on vines are modified stems or leaves that can detect touch and coil around nearby supports, allowing the plant to climb without expending energy on thick trunks. Thorns and spines, whether on roses or cacti, are altered leaves or stems that offer protection from animals. Underground structures like bulbs and tubers act as storage depots. A potato, for example, is an underground stem swollen with starch. Reserves, a compact survival package designed to sustain the plant through unfavorable seasons and regrow when conditions improve. In every case, plant organs reflect a long history of adaptation, slow, steady, and incredibly effective. Even without movement in the conventional sense, plants navigate their world with a quiet, persistent intelligence woven through chemistry, structure, and growth. Onions, garlic, and even tulips rely on a similar strategy. They pack away energy inside their bulbs, storing sugars and nutrients like carefully wrapped supplies for seasons ahead. These underground reserves allow them to lie dormant through cold or drought and surge back to life when warmth and light return. And of course, we can't talk about plant structure without arriving at flowers, arguably the most eye catching part of the plant body. Although we often admire them for their beauty, flowers are fundamentally practical. Their colors, fragrances, and shapes are all designed to draw in pollinators, bees, hummingbirds, beetles, bats, or even just the shifting wind. Inside these blossoms, pollen grains are formed and transferred to other flowers of the same species. Once fertilization takes place, seeds begin to develop. In botanical terms, a fruit is simply a matured ovary surrounding those seeds. But evolution has shaped fruit into an astonishing variety of forms to help plants send their offspring outward. Some fruits are sweet and fleshy, so animals will eat them and deposit the seeds far away. Others are designed to stick to fur feathers or inconveniently your socks. Still others split explosively or float on water. The diversity of seed spreading strategies shows just how inventive plants can be. Another remarkable feature of many plants is their indeterminate growth. Unlike animals, which generally stop growing once they reach a certain size, plants can continue to produce new leaves, new stems, and new roots for as long as conditions remain favorable. They don't follow a set blueprint that ends at adulthood. Instead, they add and adjust pieces throughout their lives, responding to light, water, nutrients, and space. And they do all of this without nerves, muscles, or a central brain. Their entire bodies act as both sensors and responders. Cells communicate through chemicals, hormones, pressure changes, and electrical signals that travel far more slowly than those in animals, but they travel nonetheless. Plants constantly monitor their environment and subtly shift their growth to suit it. If you could watch a plant on fast forward, the stillness would melt away. Leaves would tilt and rotate to track sunlight across the sky. Stems would arc toward brighter spaces. Roots would thread through soil like careful explorers. Buds would open with gentle precision. What looks still to us is simply unfolding at a tempo our eyes aren't built to perceive. So even though a plant won't wag a tail, blink, or follow you around the room. It is very much alive, busy, responsive, and expertly managing its own survival. Plants engineer their own structures, harness sunlight for energy, recycle nutrients, and build entire ecosystems from the ground up. They don't rush, they don't panic, they simply grow with quiet assurance, expanding cell by cell toward the conditions they need. Which brings us to an idea that surprises many people: plant intelligence. For a long time, plants were considered little more than biological hardware, green silent machines running simple chemical programs. Sunlight goes in oxygen, comes out, and not much else happens. But modern research suggests something much richer. Plants may lack a brain, but they have a distributed system of perception and response. They can detect changes around them, adapt to new conditions, and even show forms of memory. This doesn't mean a plant is pondering philosophical questions about photosynthesis or composing leaf shaped sonnets, but it does mean they're capable of solving problems and making functional decisions in surprisingly sophisticated ways. One of the earliest hints that plants might be making choices came from studies on climbing species. Take a simple pea plant. When placed near a support pole, it extends delicate tendrils and begins coiling toward it. No surprise there. That's classic climbing behavior. But researchers noticed something far more intriguing. When the support was moved, the plant shifted its growth direction, and when two supports were provided, one short and close by the other, taller but farther away, the plant often grew toward the structure that would offer better long term support. This wasn't just a reflex, it looked a lot like evaluation growth adjusted based on conditions. But how does a plant decide without anything resembling a brain? Plants rely on a web of biochemical pathways. They use hormones that act like internal messengers, chemical gradients that guide growth, and even slow electrical signals that travel from cell to cell. These electrical pulses aren't as fast as those in animals, but they function similarly, coordinating responses across the plant's body. A classic example involves Mimosa pudica, often called the sensitive plant. Touch one of its leaves, and the leaflets snap shut, collapsing inward almost instantly. Scientists once assumed this was a purely mechanical reaction, but clever experiments revealed something deeper. Researchers gently dropped mimosa plants a short distance enough to startle them, but not enough to cause any harm. At first, every drop caused the leaves to fold, but after repeated exposures, the plants stopped reacting. They had learned that the drop wasn't a threat and saved their energy instead of flinching. More astonishingly, they maintained this memory for weeks. That's habituation, a simple form of learning occurring in an organism without neurons. Another fascinating study placed plants inside a Y shaped maze. A light source was positioned at one end, and naturally the plants grew toward it. But after repeated pairings of the light with a fan, researchers removed the light entirely and left only the fan running. Despite getting no benefit from wind, the plants grew toward the fan, apparently using it as a cue that light should be coming. That resembles classical conditioning, the same principle behind Pavlov's famous dogs. Now, none of this means plants have inner monologues or leafy daydreams. Plant intelligence isn't consciousness, but it is a sophisticated awareness, a distributed network of sensing and responding. And one of their most powerful tools is chemical communication. Plants send messages through the air and soil with remarkable precision. When an insect begins chewing on a leaf, the plant releases specific airborne chemicals that travel to nearby leaves and even to neighboring plants, warning them of the attack. Those signals can trigger the production of defensive compounds that make the plant's tissues bitter or toxic. In some cases, these chemical messages can even identify the attacker. A tomato plant bitten by a caterpillar sends out a different distress signal than one probed by aphids. This isn't random panic. These are targeted alerts shaped by countless generations of evolutionary trial and error. But plants don't just communicate danger, they constantly make allocation decisions about where to invest their energy. Picture a sunflower growing in a crowded field. Shade to your left, sunlight to your right, your neighbors competing for the same resources. The plant has to choose. Should it stretch taller to outrun competitors? Should it spread its leaves wider? Should it invest in roots to secure more water before others do? And somehow, without a central brain, it manages to navigate these trade offs with surprising finesse. To your right, there's more sunlight, but there's also a taller neighbor already claiming that spot. You can't pick yourself up and walk away, but you can shift your strategy. So you tilt ever so slightly toward the brighter side, extend your stem just a bit higher, and redirect your resources upward rather than outward. The plant isn't deciding in the way an animal might, but its tissues are constantly communicating, comparing, and recalibrating. There's no tiny general issuing commands inside the stem. Instead, countless chemical signals travel through the plant like quiet whispers. More light over here. The soil is drying over there. Reduce leaf growth. Increase stem length. Each region responds depending on what it senses. It's less like a single mind making choices and more like a ship guided by thousands of tiny, silent adjustments to the sails. Roots, in particular, are stunningly strategic. They don't simply wander through the soil at random, they probe, test, and evaluate. When a root discovers a patch rich in nitrogen or phosphorus, it branches enthusiastically, spreading out to claim as much of that resource as possible. But encounter dry soil salt or toxins, and the plant immediately changes course, pulling back, curving away, or slowing growth. Some experiments show that roots can even recognize family. When surrounded by unrelated plants, roots tend to spread aggressively, competing for space and nutrients. But when they detect kin plants of the same species or even siblings, they grow more gently, overlapping less, as if easing their push to share the soil. It's not affection, but it is a form of social calibration. Plants also sense their neighbors through light. They detect the ratio of red to far red light, an electromagnetic clue that tells them whether nearby plants are casting shade. Far red light is a dead giveaway that taller stems are absorbing most of the useful wavelengths. In response, many plants stretch, elongate, and accelerate upward growth in an effort to outpace their rivals. It's a slow motion competition, quiet but intense, every plant adjusting its architecture based on faint signals drifting through the air and soil. And then there's something even stranger. Plants sometimes act as if they're anticipating the future. In environments with predictable stressors like seasonal droughts or recurring grazing plants have been observed to adjust their internal chemistry before the stress returns. They reinforce cell walls, shift water storage, or activate protective compounds ahead of time. This isn't memory in the human sense, but it's memory like a record of past experiences shaping future behavior. This brings us to one of the most beautiful ideas in modern plant science: distributed intelligence. Unlike animals, which consolidate control in a central nervous system, plants process information everywhere at once. Every root tip is a sensor. Every leaf is a data collector. Every growth point contributes to the plant's decision making. There is no headquarters, no single place that must stay intact for the organism to survive. Intelligence is woven throughout its body. This decentralized design makes plants remarkably resilient. If an animal loses its head, its system collapses. But a plant can lose branches, leaves entire chunks of its body, and continue growing. It can reroute nutrients, rebuild structures, and reorganize itself because its knowledge isn't stored in one fragile spot. It's distributed through millions of cells acting in concert. So the next time you walk past a tree or water a houseplant, remember, you're looking at a living network that senses, communicates, adapts, and strategizes. It may not speak or move with any speed, but it knows its environment intimately. It knows where the sun rises. It knows when a threat is near. It chooses where to grow and when to wait. Intelligence, it turns out, wears many shapes. Some are furry, some are feathered, and some are green, quiet and swaying softly in the afternoon light. If you could shrink yourself down and slip beneath the surface into the soil, you'd find yourself standing in an underground city, an entire world buzzing with life messages, trade routes, alliances, and even subtle deception. Despite the peaceful stillness above ground root systems, form vast dynamic networks that reach outward, connect with neighbors, and interact with an astonishing cast of underground partners. Roots aren't just thirsty probes searching for water. They're the plant's anchor, its sensory array, and its first line of communication. They constantly sample the soil, detect moisture gradients, monitor nutrients, and send chemical updates back to the rest of the body. But they're not alone down there. They mingle with other roots, microbes, and perhaps most fascinating of all, fungi. Not just any fungi, but very particular species that interlock with plant roots in one of nature's most extraordinary partnerships. These partners are known as mycorrhizal fungi, and together they form a remarkable mutualistic alliance, an exchange so efficient it's hard to imagine most terrestrial plants surviving without it. The fungi weave themselves around the plant's roots, and in some species even slip between or into root cells, creating tiny biological trade ports where nutrients flow in both directions. The fungal threads, called hyphae, stretch far beyond the plant's own root tips. They're thinner, more flexible, and able to reach into microscopic pores of the soil that roots simply can't access. Through this network, The fungi gather hard to extract minerals, phosphorus, nitrogen trace elements, and deliver them straight into the plant's waiting tissues. In return, the plant supplies the fungi with carbohydrates, sugars manufactured in the leaves through photosynthesis and shipped downward along the phloem like a sweet salary payment. It's an arrangement so effective that scientists estimate more than 90% of all land plants participate in some form of mycorrhizal partnership. Without it, many species would struggle in poor or depleted soils. Without plants, the fungi would have no source of steady energy. Together, they create one of Earth's most important underground economies. This partnership forms the backbone of what researchers have poetically named the Wood Wide Web. It's a huge subterranean communication network that links not just to individual plants, but entire forests through interconnected fungal threads. Through these living cables, trees and other plants can pass chemical alerts, share nutrients, and respond to their environment almost as a collective rather than isolated individuals. Picture a forest, tall trunks, rustling leaves, sunlight slanting down. Above ground, every tree looks like an independent being, but below the soil, their roots and fungal partners interlace into a vast communal mesh. If one tree is attacked by insects or suffers drought, stress chemical signals can travel through the fungal network to its neighbors. Those neighboring trees, after receiving the warning, can ramp up their own defensive compounds or begin conserving water before danger even reaches them. It's not telepathy, it's chemistry and biology, but the effect is astonishingly similar to a community sharing information. And sometimes the communication turns into direct assistance. In nutrient poor environments, certain trees have been documented transferring nitrogen sugars and other resources to nearby plants through these fungal pathways. Young saplings struggling in deep shade often receive a nutritional boost from older trees. In some forests, these elder giants, often called mother trees, act as stabilizing pillars supporting the growth of the next generation. Their help doesn't necessarily come from selfless goodwill. A thriving forest benefits the mother tree as much as it helps the saplings, reinforcing a stable ecosystem where her own offspring may survive. Still, the phenomenon challenges the old idea that plants operate as solitary, self serving units. They cooperate more than we once imagined. Of course, beneath the soil, life isn't all generosity and goodwill. The underground world is a blend of collaboration and competition. Plants growing close together frequently battle for water, nutrients, and physical space. Some species employ far more aggressive tactics. They release biochemical weapons into the soil to suppress or even kill neighboring plants. This strategy, called allelopathy, allows them to carve out exclusive territory. Black walnut trees are a classic example. Their roots exude a compound called juglone, a chemical that can stunt or poison many other species. Around a mature walnut tree, gardens often thin out mysteriously, not because the walnut hogs all the water, but because it's quietly saturating the soil with its own brand of chemical boundary markers. Even among relatives, cooperation isn't guaranteed. Some species recognize kin and tone down their competitive behavior. Others do the opposite, fighting even harder when resources run low. Whether plants choose to compete or collaborate depends heavily on conditions, nutrients crowding soil health, and the history written into their genes. Roots, despite their quiet appearance, are impressive sensory organs. They can detect subtle gradients of water, shifts in nutrient concentration, tiny differences in soil texture, acidity, and even the presence of obstacles like buried stones or compacted dirt. They can feel their way through darkness, adjusting direction and branching patterns with remarkable precision. Each root tip contains a cluster of specialized cells capable of sensing mechanical resistance, chemical concentrations, and gravitational direction. As the root navigates the soil, it constantly updates the plant with information about what lies ahead. And in response, the plant modifies its growth strategy above and below ground. What looks from the surface like a simple brown tangle is actually a responsive, coordinated, information rich network, one that keeps every plant tuned into the world beneath our feet. If you could watch a root growing through a sped up lens, it would look almost alive in a way we're not used to, stretching forward, hesitating, curling around obstacles, and changing direction with purpose. This wandering motion isn't aimless. It's guided by gradients of moisture, nutrients, and subtle chemical cues hidden within the soil. Roots steer themselves toward richer patches of earth and quietly veer away from areas that offer little reward or pose potential harm. And then comes one of the most surprising discoveries in modern botany. Roots seem to detect sound. In controlled studies, researchers played the gentle gurgle of running water through speakers, no real water present, and roots consistently grew toward the source. It suggests that plants can sense vibrations and use them as navigational signals deep underground. Though the exact mechanism isn't fully resolved, scientists suspect specialized mechanoreceptor cells along the root surface, tiny biological microphones tuned to physical movement in their environment. Even more intriguing, roots often respond to neighboring roots before making physical contact. They alter their growth patterns depending on whether the unseen neighbor belongs to themselves, a close genetic relative, or a stranger. It's a form of recognition that doesn't rely on sight or touch, but on chemical fingerprints drifting through the soil. A plant may become less competitive when surrounded by kin, or more assertive when it senses unrelated rivals. These decisions happen quietly, molecule by molecule, yet shape the structure of entire plant communities. Roots also form the first line of defense against soil-borne threats. When harmful microbes are detected, roots can release antimicrobial compounds, shift growth away from contaminated regions, or recruit friendly organisms to help. Many plant species partner not just with fungi, but with bacteria as well. Legumes such as beans, peas, and clover famously host nitrogen fixing bacteria inside specialized nodules. Inside these tiny chambers, bacteria convert atmospheric nitrogen, a gas plants cannot use, into a biologically usable form. It's like having a miniature chemical refinery attached to the root system, running day and night to supply essential nutrients. This intricate cooperative construction beneath our feet is more than just fascinating biology. It's the foundation of entire ecosystems. Forests, grasslands, prairies, and even desert environments rely on healthy root systems and thriving microbial communities. When these networks are intact, plants weather drought more easily, fight off diseases more effectively, and rebound from stress more quickly. When they're damaged through soil compaction, chemical pollution, erosion, or deforestation, the consequences ripple upward. Plants struggle, wildlife declines, and the stability of the ecosystem itself can begin to unravel. This understanding has sparked a renewed appreciation for soil health in agriculture. Farmers, ecologists, and gardeners are revisiting traditional practices through a scientific lens. Techniques like cover cropping, reduced tillage composting, and mindful crop rotation help rebuild underground networks rather than disrupt them. Each method works to preserve fungal threads, protect beneficial bacteria, and maintain the porous structure roots need to breathe and explore. It's a shift toward cooperation with the soil rather than dominance over it, an acknowledgement that thriving plants require thriving communities below the surface. The complexity of these subterranean webs has even inspired engineers and computer scientists. The way roots and fungi share information, reroute around disturbances, and repair themselves without any central leadership has become a model for decentralized networks, from robotics to internet systems. Nature has spent hundreds of millions of years refining these algorithms, and now we're learning from them. Yet beyond the scientific value, there's something quietly humbling about knowing what lies beneath every trail meadow and backyard garden. A hidden living architecture roots threading through darkness fungi, stretching toward nutrients, bacteria working in microscopic factories. They exchange signals, share resources, form alliances, and occasionally engage in strategic competition. It's a bustling, whispering world just below our feet, connecting the plants we see to a much larger, unseen community. It's a gentle reminder that the soil beneath us is just as alive, dynamic, and interconnected as the branches swaying overhead. The next time you stroll across a lawn or lean against the trunk of a familiar tree, remember that you're standing atop an unseen world, a web of cooperation and conflict of signals and stored memories. It may be quiet, it may be out of sight, but stillness is the one thing it never truly knows. We often assume that plants live in a muted sensory landscape. After all, they don't have eyes to see with or ears to listen through. There are no noses, no fingertips, no taste buds. But that assumption says more about our limited imagination than it does about plants. Their senses aren't absent, they're simply different. Plants perceive the world through entirely unique channels, using systems shaped not by movement, but by patience. Though they lack the organs we rely on, plants have evolved their own intricate toolkit for gathering information. They can detect light, gravity, touch, moisture, temperature, chemicals in the air, and even subtle vibrations. They know when something is chewing on them. They know when another plant is casting shade nearby. They can feel the stretch of the day as seasons shift. In many ways, they are astonishingly attentive, just operating on a quieter timeline and a gentler rhythm than animals do. Let's begin with something closest to vision, even if it doesn't involve eyes. Plants are extraordinary readers of light. They don't simply register whether it's bright or dim. They can sense the intensity, direction, duration, and color of the light around them. This is made possible by an array of light sensitive proteins functioning like internal photoreceptors. Among the most important are the phytochromes. These molecules distinguish between red and far red light, offering plants a way to interpret the environment. When sunlight filters through a leafy canopy, the upper layers absorb most of the red wavelengths, allowing far red wavelengths to slip through. So, when a plant detects an increased proportion of far red light, it recognizes that it's sitting in someone else's shadow. Its response isn't random. It elongates its stem, lifts its leaves, and shifts its growth in a competitive reach toward the open sky. This strategic stretching is known as shade avoidance, a slow motion race for sunlight. Plants rely on other receptors as well. Cryptochromes and phototropins detect blue light and help regulate a wide range of essential tasks. Seedling development, leaf movements, internal clocks, and the opening of stomata. Leaves aren't static plates, they angle themselves, reposition, and in some species move throughout the day to catch the most light. One of the most charming examples is heliotropism, the sun tracking behavior that makes a sunflower's head sweep across the sky like the quiet ticking of a floral sundial. This choreography isn't for show. It's a deliberate, finely tuned strategy to capture every photon possible, fueling the photosynthesis that keeps a plant alive. And then there's the quiet question of time itself. Plants, much like animals, keep track of their days through internal biological clocks. These circadian rhythms run on cycles close to 24 hours and allow plants to anticipate regular environmental changes, dawn, dusk, temperature shifts, and daily patterns of light even when they're kept in complete darkness. Their internal timing doesn't immediately collapse when conditions change. The rhythm carries on for days, revealing just how deeply rooted this sense of time really is. These clocks govern an astonishing number of processes: the daily rise and fall of leaves, the precise opening of flowers, the regulation of hormone levels. Some species bloom at very specific hours, aligning perfectly with the activity schedules of their preferred pollinators. Others seal their stomata at night to conserve water during hours when photosynthesis isn't possible. It's a subtle, invisible cadence, but it shapes almost every aspect of plant behavior. Touch is another sense we don't typically associate with plants, yet they're remarkably sensitive to physical contact. This sensitivity is known as thigmotropism, and you can watch it in the slow embrace of a vine as it finds a support to climb, or in the delicate way tendrils curl when they brush against a surface. The underlying mechanism is carefully coordinated. Mechanical stimulation triggers a wave of biochemical signals that shift growth patterns, causing certain cells to expand faster than others and gently steer the plant's movement. The most dramatic example is the sensitive plant Mimosa pudica. A light tap on its leaves causes them to fold inward almost instantly. The rapid motion comes from changes in turgor pressure, the water pressure inside specialized cells at the base of each leaflet. When these cells suddenly release water, they collapse, pulling the leaf closed. This fast response may deter herbivores or shake off small insects, and after a brief recovery period, the leaf returns to normal. Carnivorous species take touch sensitivity even further. The Venus flytrap relies on tiny trigger hairs inside its open lobes. Only when an insect touches these hairs twice within about 20 seconds does the trap close, ensuring that the plant doesn't waste energy reacting to raindrops or falling debris. It's a form of mechanical sensing that is both selective and precise. But touch isn't the only physical cue plants can detect. Increasing evidence suggests that plants may also respond to vibration, in other words, to sound. Even without ears, they can perceive oscillations in air and soil. In controlled experiments, roots have been observed growing toward the sound of flowing water, even when no moisture is present. Other studies indicate that plants can distinguish between different sound frequencies and adjust growth or chemical production in response. This might seem improbable until you consider that sound is simply vibration and plant tissues contain mechanosensitive cells capable of detecting subtle pressure changes. Some researchers propose that plants may even be able to detect the vibrations produced by chewing insects, allowing them to prepare chemical defenses before damage becomes severe. This brings us to one of the most impressive sensory systems plants possess: chemical detection. Plants constantly sample the air and soil, reading a complex mixture of molecular cues. They release volatile organic compounds, airborne signals, and they're able to detect those released by others. When a plant is attacked by herbivores, it emits a plume of defensive chemicals that drift outward. Nearby plants recognize these warning molecules and activate their own defenses, producing bitter compounds, reinforcing leaf tissues, or even releasing scents that attract predators of the herbivores. It's a chemical alert system, a quiet conversation that travels on the wind. This chemical eavesdropping can occur between plants of the same species or between completely unrelated species. Some plants respond more strongly to signals from close relatives, almost as if they're more attuned to their own family line. Others seem to respond best to regional dialects, chemical blends common in their local populations. These cues help them adjust resource allocation, tilt their growth direction, or modify root patterns even before competition or attack begins. Gravity is another constant source of information. Plants continually monitor it through a process known as gravitropism. Roots grow downward, guided by gravity, while shoots grow upward toward the sky. Specialized cells containing dense starch grains settle within the tissues, acting as biological compasses that tell the plant which way is down. Even if a seedling is rotated or buried sideways, it quickly reorients itself, ensuring that roots find the soil and stems find the light. Inside each plant cell are small, dense structures called statoliths, little starch filled bodies that shift in response to gravity. As they settle, they provide a directional cue, telling the plant which way is down. If you place a potted plant on its side, it won't simply continue growing horizontally. Within hours, sometimes days, the stem will gradually curve upward again, quietly correcting itself. This built in compass allows plants to reorient no matter how they land. Some species use this sensing ability in surprisingly clever ways. Seeds that tumble onto the soil at awkward angles can still right themselves as they germinate. The moment the embryo begins to grow, it reads gravity sends roots downward into the earth and nudges its shoot upward toward the light. It's all part of a deeply ingrained survival program refined over countless generations. Plants are also remarkably skilled at detecting water. Roots grow toward areas with higher moisture in a process called hydrotropism. It's an essential skill a root that can track down water keeps the entire organism alive. What's astonishing is how sensitive this ability is. Roots can detect incredibly small differences in moisture, sometimes only a few percent, between one side of the tip and the other. They behave almost like biological water dowsers, following the faintest hint of dampness through the soil. Temperature, too, plays a role in guiding plant behavior. Many species rely on a period of prolonged cold before they will flower, a process called vernalization. This ensures that blossoms don't appear prematurely while frost is still likely. Some seeds wait for specific temperature cues before germinating, while others require a combination of warmth, moisture, and light to break dormancy. These requirements act as safeguards, ensuring that new life begins only when conditions favor survival. Taken together, this suite of senses allows plants to build an impressively detailed map of their surroundings. They don't see, hear, or smell in the way animals do, but they gather information through entirely different systems, ones that are just as nuanced and often more precise. Their awareness doesn't lead to emotions or memories in the human sense, but it guides every movement and adjustment from the gentle curl of a tendril to the slow unfurling of a leaf. So when you pass a row of trees or tend your favorite houseplant, remember this: they're not oblivious. They notice the light, the sway of air, the moisture in the soil, and perhaps even the vibrations of your footsteps. They are anchored yet perceptive, quiet but never unresponsive. In their own patient way, they are always listening. There's something soothing about sunlight filtering through leaves on a calm morning. It feels peaceful, almost restorative, and in a very real sense, it is. Every ray that falls across a leaf carries energy that plants transform into the fuel for nearly all life on Earth. This transformation takes place through photosynthesis, one of the most intricate and essential chemical processes in nature. It's the reason you, me, elephants, ravens, coral reefs, and birthday cakes all exist. Through photosynthesis, plants convert sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide into glucose, a simple sugar that powers their growth and release oxygen as a remarkably generous byproduct. The work happens inside chloroplasts, tiny green organelles tucked within plant cells. These compartments contain chlorophyll, the pigment responsible for absorbing light. Chlorophyll excels at capturing red and blue wavelengths while reflecting green, which is why leaves appear the color they do. But chloroplasts don't collect sunlight just to look pretty. When chlorophyll absorbs a photon of light, It energizes electrons in the molecule, giving them enough momentum to jump into a chain of proteins known as the electron transport chain. Imagine a microscopic conveyor belt humming with electrical energy and tiny moving parts. That's effectively what's happening inside every illuminated leaf. Photosynthesis unfolds in two major stages. The first phase is known as the light dependent reactions, and as the name implies, they only run when sunlight is available. These reactions unfold within the thylakoid membranes, the chloroplast's neatly stacked green discs. When chlorophyll absorbs light, it uses that energy to split water molecules into hydrogen and oxygen. The oxygen drifts out through the leaf's tiny pores and eventually becomes part of the air around you, ready for someone's next slow inhale. The hydrogen, meanwhile, is captured in the form of high energy compounds such as ATP and NADPH, the plant's rechargeable power packs charged directly by sunlight. The second stage is called the Calvin cycle, often referred to as the light independent reactions. Despite the name, they don't require darkness. They simply don't rely on light directly. This cycle takes place in the stroma, the fluid filled interior that surrounds the thylakoid stacks. Here, carbon dioxide from the atmosphere is combined with the energy stored in ATP and NADPH to assemble glucose molecules. And glucose is where everything comes together. It's the plant's raw currency, a flexible molecule that can be burned immediately for energy, tucked away the starch for future use, or transformed into cellulose to build strong supportive cell walls. It's a universal material crafted from sunlight and air. This quiet practice of pulling carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and turning it into energy rich sugars underpins nearly every food web on Earth. Plants feed herbivores. Herbivores feed carnivores. And all of it starts with those chloroplasts working silently inside a leaf. What seems simple on the surface is extraordinarily intricate and efficient on the microscopic scale. A single mature tree can support thousands upon thousands of leaves, and each leaf contains millions of chloroplasts, each packed with dense stacks of thylakoids. It's essentially a vast solar array, but one that maintains itself, cleans itself, and powers itself without any wires or switches. Plants also tune their photosynthesis to match their surroundings. In full sunlight, they operate at full throttle. In shade, they ease off. During dry spells, many close their stomata, the tiny adjustable pores on their leaves, to conserve water. This limits the amount of carbon dioxide entering the leaf, which slows photosynthesis, but helps the plant survive. It's a constant negotiation between gathering energy and preventing water loss. Some species living in particularly hot or arid environments have evolved clever variations on the standard process. Most plants rely on what's known as C3 photosynthesis, named for the three carbon molecule produced in its initial steps. But in high heat, this pathway becomes less efficient. The enzyme at the heart of carbon capture rubisco becomes prone to mistakes, accidentally reacting with oxygen instead of carbon dioxide. This misstep wastes energy. To overcome that limitation, some plants have evolved C4 photosynthesis. Crops like corn and sugarcane fall into this category. They separate the steps of carbon capture and sugar production into different cell types, concentrating carbon dioxide exactly where they need it and reducing wasteful reactions. It's like redesigning a kitchen so the most important ingredients are always within reach, no matter how hot the room gets. And then there are cam plants, succulents like cacti and pineapples. These plants keep their stomata closed during the day and open them only at night when temperatures drop and humidity rises. They take in carbon dioxide after sunset, convert it into a temporary storage form, and then complete photosynthesis during daylight while keeping those pores sealed. It's a brilliant water saving strategy custom built for desert life. Photosynthesis hasn't just sustained plants, it has shaped the entire planet. Billions of years ago, Earth's atmosphere contained almost no oxygen. It was the rise of photosynthetic organisms, especially ancient cyanobacteria, that began releasing oxygen into the air. This slow accumulation triggered what scientists call the Great Oxygenation Event, roughly 2 billion years ago, a turning point that fundamentally changed Earth's chemistry and allowed oxygen breathing life, including humans, to evolve. In a literal sense, every breath you take is made possible by this quiet, steady chemistry happening inside leaves, and not just from plants. Algae and photosynthetic plankton drifting through the world's oceans contribute enormously to this global exchange. Despite their microscopic size, these aquatic organisms generate roughly half of the oxygen in Earth's atmosphere. In other words, every second breath you take is a gift from the sea. Photosynthesis also plays a central role in regulating the planet's climate. By drawing carbon dioxide out of the air, plants help ease the buildup of greenhouse gases and maintain more stable global temperatures. Forests, grasslands, and wetlands function as powerful carbon sinks, storing carbon in their tissues and in the soil for years, decades, even centuries. But when forests are cleared or fossil fuels are burned, much of that locked away carbon is released back into the atmosphere, shifting the delicate balance. For this reason, photosynthesis has become a crucial focus in climate research. Scientists are studying how rising carbon dioxide levels, increased temperatures, and shifting rainfall patterns affect plant growth and carbon storage. These insights help us predict how ecosystems may change and how resilient they might be in the coming decades. It's also why preserving forests, restoring damaged habitats, and planting new trees have become essential strategies in addressing climate change. Yet beyond the data and modeling, there is a quiet elegance to the process. Photosynthesis is steady, understated, and astonishing. Leaves don't announce their work. Trees don't draw attention to their biochemical talent, and still, minute by minute, they pull in sunlight, transform it into sugars, release oxygen, and keep life on Earth running. Even in cities, on balconies, in tiny courtyards and community gardens, and in stubborn weeds pushing up through sidewalks, photosynthesis continues. Every green patch is its own miniature solar array, quietly refining the air and stabilizing the environment. There's also something poetically satisfying about the idea that plants can take sunlight, something we can't absorb, can't metabolize, can't store and convert it into forms. We can use the sweetness of an apple, the energy in a bowl of rice, the oxygen in each inhale. They catch the photons that slip through our fingers and turn them into nourishment. So the next time you sit beneath a tree or watch light flicker across a leaf, spare a thought for the humble chloroplast. It's a microscopic chemist that never rests a solar powered engine that has been perfecting its craft for more than 3 billion years. Photosynthesis isn't just a biological process. It's a quiet assurance, a reminder that even in moments of stillness, life is constantly being renewed. Now imagine what it's like to be a plant. You can't walk away, can't dodge the weather, can't outrun a hungry caterpillar. You live your entire existence rooted in one spot, exposed to whatever comes your way. And yet plants flourish. One of their most remarkable survival tools is a kind of slow motion choreography, movements so gradual we rarely notice them until we watch a time lapse video stems bending toward the light tendrils, searching for something to grab buds, spiraling open as though exhaling. Beneath all of this subtle animation is a sophisticated suite of chemical messengers known as plant hormones. Just as animals rely on hormones to guide their growth and behavior, plants depend on their own eternal chemical messengers to coordinate almost everything they do. These molecules help plants interpret light gravity, touch injury competition, and subtle environmental shifts. But instead of traveling through a bloodstream, plant hormones move through sap cell walls and the tiny spaces between cells, creating carefully orchestrated patterns of response. One of the most iconic plant hormones is auxin. If plant hormones formed a music group, auxin would be the lead vocalist, always center stage, shaping the performance. Auxin controls many aspects of development, but it's best known for its role in phototropism, the way plants lean toward a light source. You've probably seen it in a houseplant that seems determined to inch closer to the nearest window. The mechanism is simple yet brilliant. Auxin is produced in the growing tips of shoots. When one side of the plant receives more light than the other, auxin migrates toward the shaded side. Cells exposed to higher auxin levels elongate more quickly, causing the stem to bend gradually toward the light. It's a slow, persistent adjustment, a kind of quiet reaching that plays out over hours or days. Auxin guides roots as well, but with a twist. Roots respond to gravity by growing downward, a behavior called gravitropism. When a root is tipped or displaced, auxin again shifts toward the lower side. But in root tissue, higher auxin levels inhibit cell elongation rather than promote it. That means the cells on the upper side grow faster, redirecting the root toward gravity's pull. The same hormone, two opposite effects, depending on where it lands, an elegant dual use system refined by evolution. Auxin isn't a solo act, though. Plant development is shaped by an entire ensemble of hormones. One of the most influential partners is the group known as gibberellins. Their name may sound like something from a fantasy tale, but their role is straightforward. They promote growth. Gibberellins help stems elongate coax seeds out of dormancy and initiate flowering in many species. If auxin is the designer, sketching the blueprint, gibberellins are the energy behind the expansion, encouraging cells to stretch and the plant to rise upward. Working alongside them are the cytokinins hormones that stimulate cell division. Cytokinins often balance auxin's influence. Auxin generally pushes resources toward the roots, while cytokinins encourage growth above the soil. The ratio between the two determines whether a plant invests in new leaves or expands its underground foundation. It's an internal budgeting meeting happening constantly inside the stem and root tips. Another key hormone is abscisic acid, often abbreviated as ABA. Despite its name, it's not mainly responsible for leaf drop. Instead, it acts more like the plant's emergency brake. When conditions become stressful, particularly during drought, ABA steps in. It signals the stomata, the tiny pores dotting each leaf surface, to close. This prevents water from evaporating too quickly and helps the plant conserve what little moisture is available. ABA also plays a crucial role in keeping seeds dormant when conditions outside the seed coat are harsh, ensuring germination happens at a moment when survival is more likely. And then there's ethylene, a remarkable gaseous hormone that acts as almost like a plant's internal broadcast signal, part timekeeper, part communicator. Ethylene helps guide some of the most familiar plant behaviors: the softening of fruit, the collapse of wilted petals, and the gentle shedding of autumn leaves. If you've ever set a banana next to other produce and watched everything ripen at record speed, you've witnessed ethylene in action. Bananas release it freely, and nearby fruits respond by accelerating their own ripening. Commercial growers take advantage of this, using controlled bursts of ethylene to bring entire shipments of fruit to just the right stage before they reach markets. Ethylene is also deeply involved in how young seedlings navigate the soil. When a sprouting plant encounters resistance underground, a clump of dirt, or a compacted patch, it emits ethylene, which alters its growth pattern. Instead of stretching upward too quickly and risking damage, the seedling thickens its stem and slows its ascent, building strength before it breaks into the open air. It's a kind of preparatory conditioning, a botanical form of strength training. But plant hormones rarely work alone. They constantly interact, amplifying or counteracting each other depending on conditions. It's not a strict hierarchy with commands flowing from the top, but a fluid interwoven system of signals adjusting moment by moment. It's less like a marching band and more like an improvising ensemble, each section listening and responding to the others. All of this chemical conversation leads to the graceful motions we often overlook: a sunflower angling itself toward the rising sun, a climbing vine sending out a tendril that curls around a nearby branch, leaves sagging under the midday heat and lifting again as evening cools the air. These motions, known as tropisms and nastic responses, arise from subtle changes in growth or shifts in internal water pressure. In tropisms, such as the plant's response to light or gravity, the direction of growth is shaped by a stimulus. But nastic movements are different. They don't depend on the direction of whatever triggered them. The sensitive plant, Mimosa pudica, is a perfect example. When touched, its leaflets fold inward in a swift, surprisingly dramatic motion. This isn't driven by growth, but by a rapid change in turgor pressure water rushing out of specialized cells at the base of the leaflets. It's an instant, almost theatrical reaction, as if the plant were quietly startled. Certain flowers also display nastic behaviors, opening or closing, based on cues like temperature or light. Morning glories unfurl in the early hours, while some blossoms close gently as dusk settles. These patterns are tightly tied to a plant's internal rhythms and hormonal balance, making each bloom's schedule feel almost like a quiet heartbeat. Even the start of a plant's life seed germination is guided by careful hormonal negotiation. When moisture, temperature, and sometimes light reach just the right combination, a dormant seed begins to stir. Gibberellins and abscisic acid act as opposing forces, one encouraging growth to begin the other urging patience a little longer. When the balance shifts toward growth, enzymes soften the seed coat and free stored reserves of energy, allowing the first root to push downward into the soil. From there, the seedling's earliest movements are governed by tiny concentrations of these hormones. Roots angle toward damp, nutrient rich patches. The shoot reaches upward in search of light. Leaves slowly unfold, chloroplasts awaken, and photosynthesis begins its steady work. It's the quiet beginning of a new plant directed entirely by chemical signals traveling through delicate cells, an elegant choreography unfolding one small step at a time. And if it seems like all this growth is automatic or unconscious, it's worth considering just how precise these adjustments really are. A tree growing along a windswept ridge doesn't strengthen itself randomly. Over years of exposure, it builds denser wood and sturdier branches on the side, facing the prevailing gusts, reinforcing itself exactly where the strain is greatest. A small plant tucked beneath a towering neighbor may shift its resources sideways instead of upward threading its leaves into tiny openings in the canopy to capture precious light. Even something as subtle as the tilt of a leaf can change throughout the day, adjusting its angle to gather sunlight more efficiently or reduce water loss when the air grows dry. None of these changes happen by chance. They're carefully tuned responses orchestrated by hormones and executed with remarkable precision. Time lapse videos make this hidden choreography visible. When you compress days or weeks into seconds, a plant suddenly reveals its true nature. It bends and arcs toward shifting light. It unfurls new leaves like slow motion wings. Vines swing outward, searching for something to hold, then coil tightly once they find it. Plants sway, twist, and rearrange themselves as though responding to cues we cannot see. Slowed down, they appear still. Sped up, they move with purpose. The difference is simply our perception of time, and that might be one of the quiet lessons plants offer us. In a world that constantly urges us to hurry, they show us another tempo, measured, attentive, deliberate. They invite us to notice the small details, the subtle curve of a developing bud, the patient reach of a stem finding its way toward brightness, the way a leaf seems to rest gently in the sunlight. Plant growth is both a biological process and a kind of understated artistry executed cell by cell with calm persistence. So the next time you pass a tree or water the plant sitting on your windowsill, consider the silent coordination happening just beneath the surface. Every turn of a vine, every upward stretch, every drooping or lifting leaf is guided by a complex hormonal dialogue woven throughout the plant's body. Its life in motion, slow, steady, and astonishingly intricate. Plants may not text or browse the internet, but that hasn't prevented them from becoming remarkably good communicators. For hundreds of millions of years, they've been exchanging information using signals so quiet we rarely notice them. Their messages rely on chemistry rather than sound timing, rather than speed and subtle strategies, rather than obvious displays. It's not conversation in the human sense, but it is communication warnings, distress signals recruiting allies, and sometimes a touch of clever manipulation. Let's begin with one of the clearest examples: airborne alerts. When a plant is attacked, say, by a caterpillar taking confident bites out of its leaves, it doesn't just endure the damage silently. It responds by releasing a suite of volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, into the air. These tiny chemical molecules drift away from the wounded tissue like invisible smoke signals. To us, they might register as the familiar scent of freshly crushed leaves. But to nearby plants, they carry information. When those neighboring plants detect these VOCs, they activate their own defenses in advance of danger. Some begin producing bitter chemicals or toxins that make their leaves harder to digest. Others alter their leaf structure, building tougher cell walls to slow down herbivores. It's a kind of botanical neighborhood. Watch the moment one leaf is in trouble, the others start preparing before the threat reaches them. This reaction unfolds remarkably quickly, sometimes within just a few minutes of receiving the chemical cue. There's nothing mystical about it. It's simply biochemistry operating with impressive efficiency. One of the classic illustrations of this comes from wild tobacco. When caterpillars begin feeding on its leaves, the plant releases a distinctive blend of volatile compounds that not only alerts nearby tobacco plants, but also functions as a beacon for predatory insects such as parasitic wasps. These wasps, natural enemies of the caterpillars, detect the signal, follow it back to its source, and lay their eggs in or on the caterpillars. It's an elegant defensive strategy. The plant recruits allies instead of fighting alone. What makes this even more striking is the level of specificity in the messages. A tobacco plant being chewed by caterpillars emits a chemical signature completely different from the one it produces when attacked by beetles. The plant can even distinguish between simple physical injury and true herbivore damage. Cutting a leaf with scissors won't trigger the same alarm response because the chemical cues in insect saliva are part of what activates the plant's defensive pathways. In other words, plants can differentiate between accidental damage and genuine attack. There's growing evidence that these airborne signals form part of a more complex dialogue rather than a one-directional alert. Some species respond more strongly to signals emitted by genetically related neighbors. Others seem to ignore warnings entirely if conditions don't justify an energetic response. It's a nuanced system, less like a panicked alarm and more like a conversation shaped by context and familiarity. This kind of above ground signaling, known as plant to plant communication, has been documented across many species, including corn beans, sagebrush, and various trees. But not all communication drifts through the air. Underground roots can send chemical signals through the soil, often traveling via fungal networks that act like biological communication cables. This subterranean messaging system allows plants to coordinate their responses across larger distances and maintain functional relationships with surrounding vegetation. Some scientists believe these root level interactions can prime neighboring plants, essentially training them to brace for upcoming stress. A plant experiencing drought or insect pressure might prepare its neighbors to better handle the same challenge, almost like offering a quiet warning before the trouble arrives. Plant communication isn't limited to defense. They also release chemical cues to attract partners and allies. Pollination is one of the clearest examples. Flowers act as highly specialized advertisements using bright colors, distinctive shapes, and complex scents to draw in pollinators. The aromatic compounds that make up floral scent are extraordinarily varied, hundreds of different molecules that can shift with the species, the time of day, the age of the flower, or the weather. Some plants intensify their fragrance in the evening to appeal to nocturnal visitors like moths. Others time their scent production to coincide with the foraging schedules of bees or butterflies. Certain species even change their scent after pollination, signaling that their flowers no longer offer a reward. It's a remarkably efficient system of chemical signaling with built in updates. Still, some plants don't merely invite, they manipulate. The orchid family, for example, includes species that use astonishing chemical mimicry to deceive their pollinators. One of the best known examples of floral deception comes from the bee orchid. Its blossoms are shaped and scented in a way that closely mimics a female bee. Male bees, misled by this evolutionary imitation, attempt to mate with the flower, a behavior known as pseudocopulation. During the attempt, pollen sticks to the bee's body, and as it flies off to investigate the next convincing replica, it unknowingly completes the pollination cycle. It isn't exactly a fair trade for the insect, but it's highly effective for the plant. Some species extend this strategy beyond trickery and into recruitment. When herbivores begin feeding on their leaves, certain plants emit a blend of volatile compounds that act like distress beacons. These airborne signals can summon predatory insects, parasitic wasps, lady beetles, lacewings, or predatory mites that feed on the offending herbivores. It's essentially biological outsourcing, enlisting nearby insects as a built in defense force. But not everything in the plant world is cooperative. Some plants use chemistry to undermine their competitors, a form of biological interference known as allelopathy. This involves releasing compounds into the air or soil that hinder the growth of nearby species. Black walnut trees are a classic case. Their roots exude a compound called juglone, which is toxic to many plants. This chemical barrier suppresses potential rivals and creates a substantial exclusion zone around the tree. Even common crop plants participate in this strategy. Wheat and rice, for example, release chemicals that prevent the germination of neighboring weed seeds, quietly reducing competition long before it appears above ground. Plants can also pick up on the chemical conversations happening around them. When a plant detects volatile signals released by a damaged neighbor, it may begin strengthening its own defenses before any threat arrives. This kind of early warning system is particularly useful in dense plant communities where danger spreads quickly. It's similar to noticing a neighbor boarding up their windows and deciding to prepare your own home just in case. Because this form of communication is so widespread and efficient, agricultural researchers have begun exploring ways to harness it. One approach involves mimicking the warning signals plants naturally emit. Instead of spraying insecticides, farmers could apply compounds that activate a plant's internal defense pathways, essentially prompting crops to protect themselves. Another strategy is to breed or engineer plant varieties that are better at attracting beneficial insects using scent cues. Enhancing these communication systems may lead to more sustainable farming practices that rely less on chemicals and more on the plant's natural defenses. Timing plays an important role in all of this. Plant signaling is tightly linked to circadian rhythms, and many defensive responses follow predictable daily cycles. Some protective chemicals peak in the morning when herbivores are most active. Certain flowers increase their fragrance in the late afternoon to align with pollinator visitation patterns. Others release their strongest scent at night, appealing to nocturnal insects or preparing for nighttime cooling. In this sense, plants aren't simply broadcasting signals, they're coordinating them with remarkable precision. So, while plants aren't communicating with intentions or emotions, their biochemical signaling networks are sophisticated, adaptable, and highly effective. They detect changes around them, respond strategically, and adjust their interactions with other species on a schedule shaped by millions of years of evolution. And perhaps the most remarkable part is just how long this has been happening. Long before human language emerged, before birds evolved songs or mammals learned to howl, plants were already exchanging information. They were releasing signals, modifying their chemistry, recruiting helpful insects, and at times undermining their competitors. Forests, grasslands, and wetlands were filled with messages long before we ever had the tools to detect them. We simply lacked the ability to notice. Today, with advances in chemistry, ecology, and molecular biology, we're finally beginning to translate this ancient dialogue. We're learning how leaves communicate stress, how roots coordinate with fungi, and how flowers broadcast invitations to passing pollinators. It's a subtle language, chemical phrases carried on the breeze or passed through soil networks, but it plays a central role in the stability of ecosystems, the survival of species, and the functioning of the planet itself. So the next time you walk past a blooming shrub or step foot into a garden, try to imagine the invisible communication happening around you. There's no audible sound, no visible gestures, but the plants are exchanging information Warnings about pests, signals about resource availability, subtle cues about opportunity and danger. In their slow, chemically mediated way, they are constantly communicating. And communication isn't the only surprise. Even though plants are anchored in place, they are far from defenseless. Over evolutionary time, they've assembled a surprisingly sophisticated set of strategies to deter herbivores and withstand threats. Picture a life lived in full view of hungry insects, browsing mammals, and curious grazers of every size, yet being unable to flee or fight back in the familiar animal sense. Despite that challenge, plants not only survive, they thrive through a combination of physical, chemical, and behavioral defenses. Let's begin with the defenses. We can see physical barriers. Many plants are armed with structures that function like biological armor. Thorns, spines, and prickles act as deterrents, discouraging animals from feeding or brushing against them. Roses produce prickles, sharp extensions of the epidermis, while cactus spines are highly modified leaves. Hawthorns and blackberries develop true thorns, which are transformed branches. These features aren't perfect shields, but they raise the cost of feeding and make a plant far less appealing to many herbivores. Other structural defenses are more subtle. Some species produce a dense coating of fine hairs called trichomes on their leaves and stems. These hairs can create a surface that feels irritating rough or sticky to small insects. In certain plants, trichomes are chemically armed as well. Stinging nettles, for instance, have trichomes that act like tiny syringes, delivering irritants upon contact and creating a painful sting for anything that brushes against them. It's a surprisingly effective deterrent, packaged in a tiny, delicate structure. A single brush against a nettle's leaves can leave your skin tingling or stinging, a reminder that even seemingly delicate plants can defend themselves effectively. But surface level defenses are only the beginning. Many of a plant's most potent strategies are hidden within their tissues, compounds you'd only discover if you tried to eat them. Plants manufacture an extraordinary range of chemicals specifically evolved to discourage herbivores. Some taste unpleasant, some interfere with digestion, and others are outright toxic. Among the most notable are alkaloids, a diverse group of nitrogen containing compounds. Many of them are familiar to us in entirely different contexts: caffeine, nicotine, morphine, quinine. While humans have found ways to use these molecules for medicine, stimulation, or other purposes, plants originally developed them as chemical deterrents. Caffeine, for instance, doesn't exist in coffee beans for our benefit. In high enough concentrations, it's toxic to many insects, acting as a built-in pesticide. Nicotine. One of the strongest natural neurotoxins, serves a similar role in protecting tobacco plants from relentless insect pressure. These compounds don't just taste bad, they directly interfere with the nervous systems of small herbivores, making the plant far less appealing. Another major defensive category includes tannins, the compounds responsible for the astringent sensation in tea and red wine. Tannins bind to proteins and make them harder to break down during digestion. For an herbivore, this means that even if the plant is eaten, the nutritional payoff is reduced. Chewing tannin rich leaves becomes a far less efficient meal, encouraging animals to seek easier targets. It's a subtle but effective strategy, a chemical nudge that says, this isn't worth your effort. Some plant defenses are more severe. Cyanogenic glycosides, for example, release hydrogen cyanide when plant cells are damaged. This can be lethal to insects and harmful to larger animals if consumed in high quantities. Species such as cassava, certain types of clover, and even apple seeds contain these compounds. In food crops, proper processing removes or neutralizes them. But in natural settings, they function as powerful warnings encoded directly into the plant's chemistry. Then there are glucosinolates, a group of sulfur based compounds characteristic of the mustard family plants like cabbage, broccoli, horseradish, and mustard greens. When plant tissue is crushed or chewed, glucosinolates break down into pungent reactive chemicals that deter many herbivores with their sharp, biting flavor and potential toxicity. It's the same biochemical reaction responsible for the heat of wasabi or the sharpness of mustard. To us, it's a condiment. To insects, it's often a clear signal to back away. These compounds create the sharp, pungent burn you taste when mustard or horseradish hits your tongue. For a rabbit or caterpillar, that same spicy kick is often enough to send them searching for a different meal. For us, it becomes a sauce or seasoning. It's a fun irony of evolution. Many plant chemicals we now treasure as flavors, scents, or medicines began as straightforward defense mechanisms. Plants weren't trying to diversify our spice cabinets, they were simply trying to avoid being eaten. But plant defense isn't limited to making themselves unappealing. Sometimes the most effective strategy is to call in reinforcements. Many plants enlist outside help, usually from insects, to fend off their attackers. When under threat, certain species release specific volatile organic compounds that drift into the air and act as beacons for beneficial predators. Corn, cotton, and lima beans are well studied examples. When caterpillars start chewing their leaves, these plants emit a precise chemical signal that attracts parasitic wasps. The wasps follow the scent straight to the feeding larvae, lay their eggs inside them, and let the developing wasp larvae neutralize the threat from within. It's a harsh end for the caterpillar, but an efficient defense from the plant's perspective. This chemical call for help isn't rare or accidental. Over 100 plant species have been documented using this tactic. What's even more impressive is how specific these signals can be. The blend of chemicals released during caterpillar feeding differs from the blend triggered by sap-sucking insects or simple mechanical damage. The plant isn't just shouting danger, it's giving a detailed description of the problem, allowing the right predator to respond. Some plants go further by forming long-term security partnerships. Acacia trees, for example, famously collaborate with certain ant species. These trees provide hollow thorns where the ants can nest and secrete nutrient-rich structures for the ants to eat. In return, the ants aggressively patrol the branches, attacking herbivores and even pruning nearby plants that might compete for sunlight. It's a highly coordinated arrangement shelter, and food in exchange for full time protection. Over time, these relationships become so specialized that the ants often remain loyal to their host tree even when offered alternative resources. It's co-evolution in action, both species adapting to support the other. But defense in the plant world isn't always built on toxins or bodyguards. Some strategies lean heavily on deception. Several species use visual mimicry to avoid herbivores. The passionflower vine, for instance, produces small yellow markings that resemble butterfly eggs. Because many butterflies avoid laying eggs where others already have reducing competition and predator attention, these false signals discourage them from choosing that leaf. It's a simple trick, but remarkably effective. Other plants use behavioral mimicry. The sensitive plant Mimosa pudica collapses its leaves inward when touched, creating the appearance of a wilted or unhealthy plant. This drooping posture can deter grazers or dislodge small insects. Once the threat has passed, the plant gradually restores its posture, ready for photosynthesis once again. Some species defend themselves collectively. Certain trees engage in synchronized seed production known as masting. During a mast year, a population of trees produces an enormous flush of seeds all at once, far more than local seed predators could ever consume. This overwhelming surplus ensures that many seeds survive. In non mast years, the trees produce very few seeds, keeping predator populations low and unable to anticipate the sudden bounty. It's a coordinated survival strategy that relies on timing rather than thorns or toxins. Pollination is far more than a mechanical transfer of pollen from one place to another. It's a carefully shaped relationship, sometimes cooperative, sometimes manipulative between plants and the creatures that help them reproduce. And like many relationships in nature, it evolved slowly and deliberately over millions of years, refining itself into one of the most intricate partnerships on Earth. At its simplest, pollination happens when pollen grains from the male part of a flower, the anther, reach the female part, the stigma. From there, a pollen tube grows downward, carrying genetic material that will eventually fertilize the ovule and produce seeds. But the real story, the one full of color, scent, strategy, and motion, lies in how plants encourage this transfer to happen. Plants have no legs to walk their pollen to a partner, no hands to move it, and in most cases, no wind strong enough to scatter it reliably. So instead, they do something astonishing. They recruit help. Some of the earliest pollinators were simple insects, beetles and flies, drawn to primitive flowers with heavy scents and accessible pollen. As flowering plants diversified their pollination strategies, diversified too. Today, almost every flower you see, whether in a meadow, a forest, or a garden, has been shaped by the preferences of its pollinators. Bees, for example, are among the most famous pollination partners. Flowers that rely on bees tend to be rich in nectar and outfitted in bright colors like blue, purple, and yellow. Bees can see ultraviolet light. So many flowers display UV patterns invisible to human eyes, essentially glowing runway lights that guide bees to the exact spot where pollen awaits. Butterflies prefer wide landing platforms and sweet nectar at the ends of long floral tubes. Hummingbirds seek out deep, bright red blossoms that hold nectar far beyond the reach of most insects. Moths visit flowers at night, guided by pale petals and strong fragrances that drift through the darkness. Bats, yes, bats, pollinate sturdy blossoms filled with copious nectar, often blooming at night in tropical climates. Each of these interactions is a perfect example of coevolution, plants adapting to attract specific pollinators, and pollinators adapting to exploit specific flowers. But it isn't always harmonious. Some plants lure pollinators with false promises flowers that smell like rotting meat to attract flies, or blooms that trap insects temporarily to ensure pollen transfer. Others restrict access so tightly that only a single species can pollinate them, making their reproductive success dependent on one partner, but also incredibly precise. And of course, there are the wind pollinators, grasses, conifers, and many trees that release vast clouds of pollen into the air, trusting that probability will find a way. Wind pollination isn't flashy. No petals, no nectar, no fragrance. But it's efficient for the plants that use it, especially those forming large, dense populations where the wind has a good chance of carrying pollen from one individual to another. In all of these systems, pollination is more than just a biological necessity. It's a quiet cooperation between species, a mutual exchange where both sides gain something nutrition for the pollinators, reproduction for the plants. And the scale of its impact is enormous. Roughly 3/4 of the world's flowering plants and 1/3 of global food crops depend on animal pollination. When you enjoy a piece of fruit, sip coffee, drizzle honey, or breathe air enriched by flowering forests, you're benefiting from countless pollination events happening every second across the planet. Yet, as elegant and ancient as this system is, it's also fragile. Habitat loss, pesticides, climate change, and disease are placing pressure on pollinator populations worldwide. The decline of bees, butterflies, and other pollinators threatens not just gardens and farms, but entire ecosystems. All of this makes pollination seem less like a quiet background process and more like a vital thread woven through nearly every aspect of life. A thread that plants have carefully nurtured for millions of years, and one we now have the responsibility to protect. But for tonight, as you settle in and your thoughts begin to drift, you can simply imagine the gentle choreography of petals opening at dawn, wings buzzing softly, and pollen grains drifting from one bloom to the next. A silent ballet happening everywhere, all the time, keeping the world in bloom. And while hummingbirds might be the showiest of the feathered pollinators, they're far from the only ones. In tropical regions, sunbirds and honey-eaters take on similar roles, weaving from flower to flower in shimmering flashes of color. Their visits keep entire ecosystems blooming, especially in places where insects are less active or where nectar-rich blossoms dominate the canopy. But birds are just one part of this global cast. Some of the most surprising pollinators come out only when the sun has long set and the world slips into darkness. Bats. Yes, Bats are essential pollinators in many deserts and tropical forests. Bat pollinated flowers tend to be large, strong, and often pale or creamy in color. They don't bother with delicate sweetness. Instead, they smell, well, a bit musky. Not unpleasant exactly, just appealing to a nose very different from ours. These night blooming flowers produce generous amounts of nectar to reward their visitors who lap it up while their fur brushes against the pollen rich anthers. Agave, the plant used to make tequila, depends heavily on bats. Without them, entire landscapes and entire industries would struggle. Beetles, some of Earth's oldest pollinators, are less graceful, but no less important. Flowers that cater to beetles often have sturdy bowl shaped blooms and strong, spicy aromas. Beetles aren't delicate feeders. They lumber around, chewing pollen, nibbling petals, and making a general mess of things. But in the process, they do the job. Magnolia trees, some of the earliest flowering plants, still use beetle pollination today, a little botanical time capsule from the age of dinosaurs. And then there are the oddballs, the lizards, the small mammals, even the occasional gecko or possum creatures that happen upon nectar, become dusted with pollen and unwittingly carry it to the next bloom. In remote island ecosystems, where traditional pollinators may be scarce, these unconventional visitors keep plant populations going through sheer curiosity and hunger. But if pollinators are diverse, flowers are even more inventive. Some species lure visitors with elaborate traps. The snapdragon, for instance, hides its nectar behind a petal door that only strong insects can push open. Others, like certain orchids, mimic the appearance or even the pheromones of female insects, drawing in hopeful males who leave wearing accidental pollen packets. There are flowers that heat themselves to release stronger scents, flowers that spring load their anthers to dust pollinators with a sudden puff of pollen, and flowers that time their bloom precisely to the schedule of their preferred visitors. Every shape, every color, every scent is part of the same ancient negotiation. Help me reproduce, and I will reward you. Yet the partnership is delicate. Many plant species depend on just one or two pollinator species. If that pollinator declines, the plant's future becomes uncertain. Likewise, pollinators rely on consistent floral resources. Climate change, habitat loss, pesticides, and shifting seasons can disrupt this synchronization, leaving flowers blooming with no visitors and pollinators searching for food that isn't there. But for now, all across the world, even as you're listening, pollination is unfolding in quiet, intricate waves. Bees are following ultraviolet patterns like secret maps. Moths are navigating by scent alone. Bats are sweeping through night gardens with soft wing beats. And flowers are opening, offering sweetness in exchange for a dusting of pollen carried gently into tomorrow. It's a partnership older than civilization, older than mountains worn down by time. A soft, steady whisper between species that shapes the food we eat, the landscapes we love, and the air we breathe. A conversation written in petals and wings. Pollinators are declining in many regions, and the consequences ripple outward through ecosystems and food systems alike. When bees, butterflies, bats, and other pollinators struggle, The plants that depend on them struggle as well. Fruit set drops, seed production falters. Entire plant communities begin to shift in composition as some species lose their reproductive partners and others rise to fill the gaps. This isn't just an agricultural concern. Wild landscapes from forests to grasslands to tropical understories rely on pollination to maintain their structure and diversity. Without it, the balance begins to tilt. Species that once thrived may become rare, others may expand unchecked, and the animals that rely on fruits, nuts, and seeds face new uncertainties as food availability becomes less predictable. The good news is that pollinators are remarkably resilient when given the right conditions. Even small changes can help. Patches of native plants, reduced pesticide use, and restored habitats all support healthier pollinator populations. When flowers are available throughout the season, when nesting sites are undisturbed, when night skies remain dark enough for moths and bats to navigate, pollinators bounce back. Their life cycles are quick. Their movements are adaptable. Give them a place to feed and rest, and they return quickly to the work they've always done. In many places, conservation efforts have already begun to show results. Farmers are experimenting with hedgerows and flowering cover crops. Cities are planting pollinator corridors along roadsides and parks. Even a balcony box or backyard garden can become a small but meaningful refuge. And as pollinators return, so do the plants that depend on them, creating a feedback loop of recovery. At its core, pollination is a partnership. It's the transfer of tiny grains of life from one flower to another, but it's also a connection between species, a cooperation that links insects, birds, mammals, and plants in a shared ecological task. It's quiet, often unnoticed, and yet essential to the functioning of entire ecosystems. So the next time you see a bee hovering near a bloom, or a hummingbird pausing in midair, or a moth fluttering through a pale night flower, you're witnessing a process that sustains forests, fields, farms, and food. A process older than civilization and more intricate than it first appears. Pollination may seem simple, but it is one of the great engines of the living world, steady, patient, and endlessly reliable when given the chance. Bees, in particular, have experienced sharp declines in recent years, raising concerns not only for food production, but also for the stability of entire ecosystems. Wild pollinators such as bumblebees, solitary bees, butterflies, and moths are just as essential as managed honeybees, and in many cases, they're even more efficient at pollinating specific plants. Protecting them requires maintaining the habitats they depend on: meadows, forest edges, hedgerows, and patches of wildflowers that offer both food and shelter. Fortunately, awareness is growing. Farmers, gardeners, and urban planners are paying closer attention to how landscapes can support diverse pollinator communities. Planting native flowering species, reducing pesticide use, and creating small refuges like bee hotels or butterfly friendly gardens can have measurable benefits. Even a modest balcony garden or a single pot of blooms can sustain a handful of pollinators, and those brief visits ultimately support the foods people rely on every day, from morning coffee to summertime fruit. Pollination is more than a biological exchange. It represents a broader pattern of connection within ecosystems. A flower opens a pollinator, arrives, and a seed forms. The process is straightforward, yet it supports plant reproduction, food webs, and nutrient cycles on a global scale. When you see a bee hovering over a daisy or a hummingbird pausing at a feeder, you're witnessing a coordinated interaction that has shaped landscapes for millions of years. To the casual observer, it may look like a simple gathering of nectar, but it is actually an essential ecological partnership. A plant provides resources such as nectar fragrance or a protected landing surface. The visitor takes those resources and, via pollen transfer, offers the plant something equally valuable, a route to reproduction. It's a functional exchange built on cooperation rather than competition, a system that sustains forests, farms, and gardens alike. As the sun sets, it might be tempting to imagine the plant world going quiet, settling into stillness. But nightfall reveals another aspect of plant biology. Rather than shutting down, plants shift into different modes of activity as temperature, humidity, and light levels change. Their nighttime behavior is shaped by biochemical adjustments, environmental cues, and a well tuned internal timing system. Although plants do not sleep as animals do, there are no neural rest cycles or dreams. They do undergo measurable physiological changes at night. Many of these shifts are driven by circadian rhythms, internal clocks composed of interacting genes and proteins that follow a roughly 24-hour cycle. These rhythms continue even when external cues like daylight are removed, indicating that the timing system is built deeply into plant biology. Circadian rhythms help plants schedule critical activities such as when to open or close their stomata, when to synthesize key compounds, and when to prioritize growth. One of the most noticeable nighttime behaviors is a set of movements known collectively as nyctinasty. During the day, energy is collected. At night, that energy is put to use. It's a quiet construction shift that happens while the world is dark. Hormones like auxin often peak during nighttime hours, encouraging cell expansion and guiding the subtle movements you would only notice if you sped up time. It's one more reminder that plants aren't inactive after sunset. They're simply working on a different schedule. Nighttime is also a period of heightened repair. Plants take this opportunity to patch up damage caused by sunlight, dryness, wind, or pests. Proteins and pigments that were degraded during intense daylight hours are rebuilt. DNA damaged by UV radiation is corrected. It's a maintenance routine, steady and essential, carried out in the cooler, gentler environment of the night. Water movement within the plant can change as well. When stomata close in the evening to conserve moisture, internal water pressure shifts, allowing some tissues to rehydrate after a long day of transpiration. This redistribution helps maintain the plant's structure and turgidity and prepares it for the next sunrise. Meanwhile, chemical communication doesn't stop just because it's dark. Some plants release different signals at night, adjusting their defensive chemistry depending on when their primary predators are most active. Others continue exchanging cues with their neighbors through roots and fungal networks coordinating responses that stretch quietly through the soil. And for many species, nighttime is also when reproductive strategies unfold. As flowers attract nocturnal pollinators, they're participating in a system that extends far beyond individual blooms. Seeds. Fruits and future generations depend on this precise choreography of scent timing and movement. So while it might look as if nothing is happening in a nighttime garden, the truth is that plants are engaged in a remarkably dynamic set of processes. Leaves fold, flowers open or close, sugars flow, cells stretch, internal clocks keep time with astonishing accuracy. It's an entire suite of behaviors happening in silence, hidden from immediate view, but vital to the plant's survival. Next time you walk past a sleeping meadow or glance at your houseplants in the dim glow of evening, remember that the stillness is an illusion. In the dark, plants are busy conserving water, repairing damage, budgeting resources, and preparing for dawn. They may not rest the way animals do, but they do have their own rhythm, a nightly shift that hums along quietly beneath the surface. In their own way, plants greet the sunrise already prepared. When morning returns, they are ready, leaves lifted, flowers, poised cells refreshed, and the machinery of photosynthesis primed to start again. It's a daily cycle, a well practiced loop of light and dark effort and renewal, a reminder that even in silence, even in darkness, the living world remains active, attentive, and in motion. They are, in fact, some of the most interconnected, communicative, and responsive organisms on Earth. Beneath their bark and deep within their roots, trees maintain bustling networks of information and resources systems far more dynamic than their quiet silhouettes suggest. A tree's life unfolds across decades, centuries, and sometimes millennia. Their slow pace makes their behaviors easy to overlook, but give them time, speed up their movements, and you'll see living beings constantly adjusting, growing, collaborating, and solving problems in their own patient way. The trunk of a tree is more than a pillar of wood. It's a highway. Within it, two major transport systems carry life's essentials up and down the tree. The xylem moves water and minerals from the roots to the leaves, while the phloem carries sugars produced by photosynthesis down through the branches and into the roots. Together, they function like the plant version of a circulatory system pulsing with sap and information. These pathways don't just transport nutrients, they carry chemical signals, messages about drought injury, sunlight pests, and internal needs. When one branch is wounded, the entire tree can adjust its chemistry in response. When the roots detect dry soil, the leaves may tighten their stomata to conserve water. It's a coordinated dance stretching from the highest twigs to the deepest roots. And then there's the canopy, the tree's solar array. Each leaf measures the angle and intensity of sunlight, adjusting its position ever so slightly to optimize energy capture. Some leaves even shift throughout the day, following patterns of light and shadow, while others grow thicker or thinner, depending on the climate. High in the branches, buds lie dormant until the temperature and day length tell them it's time to grow. Perhaps even more remarkable is how trees interact with the world below the surface. Their roots are explorers, negotiators, and sometimes warriors. They reach into the soil in search of water and nutrients, but they also connect with fungi microbes and the roots of other trees. These connections form vast underground networks where resources flow and messages travel. Forests are not simply collections of individual trees. They're communities. The soil beneath them is alive with partnership and information. Trees growing in shade may receive extra nutrients from larger neighbors. Young saplings tucked beneath a parent canopy might be fed sugars until they're tall enough to catch the sun on their own. And when a tree is stressed by drought disease or pests, it may send warning signals through these connections, allowing nearby trees to strengthen their defenses before the threat arrives. Trees don't just survive in these networks, they thrive because of them. Some researchers have even observed what appear to be elder trees' large central individuals whose vast root systems and fungal partnerships make them keystone members of the community. These so called mother trees may nurture surrounding plants, sharing resources and buffering younger trees through difficult seasons. But life for a tree isn't always cooperation. Beneath the forest floor, roots compete intensely for space, nutrients, and water. Some species release chemicals to inhibit the growth of others. Some grow deeper roots to avoid competition. Others spread wide and shallow, claiming territory near the surface. Even the battle for sunlight above can be fierce, with branches stretching, twisting, and adapting to catch just a little more sky. Despite these quiet conflicts, the overall impression a forest gives is not war, but harmony, a balance, a living architecture shaped by thousands of small decisions made in silence across years or centuries. And through it all, trees remain grounded, literally anchored by their roots, yet deeply engaged with their environment. Their stillness hides a life of remarkable complexity. Every ring in a trunk is a record of seasons survived, storms, weathered droughts, endured, and years of growth. So when you walk through a forest, remember, you're not just among plants, you're among ancient beings that sense, respond, communicate, and remember. They are historians, engineers, architects, caretakers, and participants in an endlessly unfolding story of life. Silent to our ears, slow to our eyes, but busy, aware, and profoundly alive. This drought memory can be stored in changes to the tree's root structure, adjustments in hormone levels, and shifts in the way it opens or closes its stomata. Even years later, these patterns can influence how the tree responds to new challenges. It's as if the tree carries quiet echoes of its past, written not in thoughts, but in subtle adjustments that shape its future behavior. Tree rings tell a similar story. Each ring is a record of a year's conditions: wet seasons, dry spells, fires, insect attacks. A tree's trunk becomes a biological archive, its history layered in pale and dark bands. When scientists study these rings, they're reading the autobiography of the forest, a chronicle of storms, weathered seasons survived, and stresses endured. Trees cannot forget in a human sense, but their growth carries the imprint of everything they've endured. Above ground, trees communicate through chemistry as well. When a tree is attacked by insects, say, A swarm of leaf chewing caterpillars, it doesn't just suffer quietly, it releases volatile chemical signals into the air. These airy messengers drift to neighboring trees, warning them of the danger. In response, those neighbors may ramp up their defensive compounds, making their leaves tougher, more bitter, or less nutritious. It's a bit like shouting heads up across the forest, except the message travels on scent, not sound. Some trees can even tailor these chemical messages to the exact threat. A tree attacked by beetles emits a different blend of volatiles than one damaged by caterpillars, and nearby trees respond accordingly, preparing the precise defenses they're most likely to need. It's a silent alarm system fine tuned by millions of years of evolution. Light also shapes how trees communicate and compete. If a young sapling senses that it's being shaded by taller neighbors, it doesn't simply give up. Its leaves detect changes in the color of light, specifically the ratio of red to far red wavelengths, and it responds by elongating its stem, stretching toward any available gap in the canopy. Some trees twist or angle their branches to catch even the smallest sliver of sunlight. Each adjustment is slow, deliberate, and purposeful. Yet, interestingly, some older trees will deliberately limit their own lower branches, reducing shade directly beneath them. This creates space for their own seedlings or for shade tolerant companions that stabilize the soil and enrich the forest floor. In this way, trees shape not only their own fates, but the structure of the forest around them. During storms, trees show remarkable resilience. Their trunks flex just enough to withstand strong winds, and their roots anchor them as living shock absorbers. Afterward, if branches are broken or bark is damaged, trees seal the wounds with resins and specialized tissues. These scars remain for decades, another form of memory etched into the wood as both a story and a survival strategy. Even seasonal changes require coordination. As daylight shortens and temperatures drop, deciduous trees begin the graceful ritual of shedding their leaves. They pull valuable nutrients back into the trunk, and roots then seal off each leaf's connection with a thin layer of cells. The leaf loosens, catches the wind, and drifts to the forest floor. It's not death, it's preparation, a deliberate retreat before winter planned with remarkable precision. And when spring returns, the timing of budburst, when leaves or flowers first unfurl, is guided by a mixture of temperature, day length, and the tree's internal clock. A tree that has experienced late frosts may delay its budburst in future years, protecting itself from damage. Once again, not memory as we know it, but a steady accumulation of experience shaping behavior. All of this reveals a truth. We often overlook trees are not background scenery. They are active participants in their ecosystems, sensing, responding, communicating, and adapting. They are individuals, yes, but also parts of a vast community bound by soil sunlight and the quiet pulse of shared chemistry. Next time you walk beneath a canopy or pause beside a towering oak, remember that you're standing among beings that have endured centuries of storms, droughts, fires, winters, and springs. They have networks, strategies, relationships, and yes, their own form of memory. They are slow, but they are not simple, silent, but far from unaware. They are living archives of time, and they are always listening to the world around them. Trees also play a role in guiding the development of ecosystems. A mature tree influences everything around it: sunlight patterns, soil composition, humidity, temperature, and even the behavior of animals moving through the forest. Its presence shapes the environment in ways that make it easier for other species to grow. A large canopy casts shade that cools the understory, protecting tender seedlings from harsh sunlight. Fallen leaves enrich the soil with nutrients as they decompose, forming the foundation of a fertile forest floor. The tree becomes both architect and caretaker, altering the landscape simply by existing within it. In this sense, a single tree acts as an ecosystem engineer. Its roots stabilize the soil, preventing erosion. Its trunk becomes a home for mosses, lichens, insects, and birds. Its branches form pathways for squirrels and shelter for countless species. Even after a tree dies, it continues to shape the forest. A fallen log becomes what ecologists call a nurse log, providing moisture, nutrients, and protection to young seedlings. Entire groves can rise from the decaying body of a single ancestor. Forests built around such relationships show extraordinary resilience. When disturbances occur, a fire, a storm, an outbreak of pests, the interconnectedness of the trees helps the system recover. Signals travel through fungal networks. Nutrients are redistributed. Seedlings sprout in patches where sunlight now reaches the forest floor. What looks like chaos after a disturbance is often the beginning of renewal, guided by the structures and memories left behind by older trees. Some trees even coordinate their life cycles with the community. In tropical forests, certain species synchronize their flowering and fruiting events. Instead of blooming sporadically, they burst into flower all at once. This mass flowering attracts pollinators in huge numbers, ensuring successful reproduction. Later, the synchronized release of fruit provides a feast for animals, which in turn disperse seeds far and wide. The timing is precise, often influenced by environmental cues like temperature changes or rainfall patterns. It's a reminder that trees, though rooted, participate in the rhythms of their world with remarkable awareness. Trees also influence water cycles. Their roots draw water from deep in the soil, while their leaves release moisture back into the atmosphere through transpiration. This water vapor contributes to cloud formation and rainfall. In large forests like the Amazon trees, help create their own weather patterns. Remove enough trees, and the climate shifts. Keep the forest intact, and it becomes a self sustaining system, cycling water in ways that support life for hundreds of miles. All of this reveals a simple truth: trees are not isolated organisms. They are part of a vast interconnected network that extends upward into the canopy, downward through the roots, and outward across the landscape. Their influence stretches across years, centuries, and even millennia. They respond to the present, carry the imprint of the past, and shape the conditions for the future. To call them silent is true. To call them hesim is not. Trees endure by being attentive, adaptive, and deeply collaborative. Every branch and root, every chemical signal, and subtle shift in growth is part of a larger conversation, one that has been happening for millions of years, long before humans learned to name it. So when you walk through a forest and feel that strange sense of calm it may be, because you're standing in the presence of beings who have mastered the art of slow, steady, thoughtful living. Beings that remember droughts, share resources, sense their neighbors, and shape the world with patience we can hardly imagine. Trees may not think, but they understand the world in their own way, and in that understanding, they help hold the planet together. Let's start with the showstopper, the Venus flytrap. Native to the nutrient-poor wetlands of the Carolinas, this small plant has developed by one of the most dramatic feeding strategies in the botanical world. Its modified leaves form a pair of hinged lobes edged with interlocking teeth that resemble a tiny bear trap. On the inner surface of each lobe sit delicate trigger hairs. When an unsuspecting insect lands and touches one hair, nothing happens. But if a second touch occurs, within about 20 seconds, the trap snaps shut. It's an elegant bit of evolutionary engineering, fast enough to catch prey, but selective enough to avoid wasting energy on falling debris or raindrops. Once the trap closes, the plant begins secreting digestive enzymes, breaking down the soft parts of the insect and absorbing the nutrients. After several days, the trap opens again, leaving behind the dry exoskeleton like a reminder of last week's meal. But the Venus flytrap is just one chapter in a much larger story. Different carnivorous plants have taken wildly different approaches to solving the same nutritional problem. Take the pitcher plants. Found across North America, Asia, and Australia, these plants create specialized leaves shaped like tall, elegant pitchers. Inside a pool of digestive fluid awaits any creature that tumbles in. The inner walls are often coated with slippery wax or downward pointing hairs, making escape nearly impossible. Some species even produce intoxicating scents or nectar around the rim to lure insects closer. Once inside, the insect exhausts itself trying to climb out, eventually slipping into the fluid that breaks down its body. The plant absorbs the released nutrients at a slow, steady pace. Pitcher plants don't snap or move quickly. Their strategy is patience and inevitability, a passive trap refined over millions of years. Then there are sundews, named for the glistening droplets at the tips of their tentacle-like hairs. These droplets aren't dew at all, but sticky mucilage that sparkles invitingly in the light. When a fly lands, it becomes trapped in the adhesive. The sundew then responds with a remarkably slow motion, but unmistakable gesture. Its tentacles curl inward, gradually embracing the prey. Enzymes dissolve the insect, and nutrients are absorbed directly through the leaf surface. Butterworts use a similar approach, but with a gentler aesthetic. Their flat, sticky leaves act like botanical flypaper, capturing small insects that wander across their surface. As the leaf detects movement, it ramps up enzyme production, and digestion begins. Butterworts may be understated compared to flytraps or pitcher plants, but they are efficient specialists, especially in alpine and bog environments. Some carnivorous plants rely on even more elaborate designs. Bladderworts, for instance, live in fresh water or wet soil and use tiny vacuum traps. These bladder like structures create negative pressure. When a small aquatic creature brushes against a trigger, the bladder snaps open, sucking in water and prey in a fraction of a second, one of the fastest movements in the plant kingdom. Afterward, the trap resets, ready for its next microscopic meal. And then there's the cobra lily, whose arched hooded leaves and translucent windows confuse insects into flying deeper into the trap rather than toward freedom. By the time the insect realizes there is no exit, it has exhausted itself and falls into digestive pools at the base. Despite their unusual diets, these plants aren't predators in the emotional sense. They don't chase, lurk, or desire. Their carnivory is simply an adaptation, a way to survive in places where most plants would starve. In nutrient poor soils, they made a bold evolutionary choice: supplement photosynthesis with a bit of animal protein, quietly, efficiently, and with surprising ingenuity. Their existence reminds us that the plant kingdom is far stranger and more inventive than it appears at first glance. Even in the stillness of a bog or the calm surface of a pond, life is experimenting, innovating, and finding unexpected solutions to timeless challenges. And if you ever find yourself looking at a sundew sparkling in the sunlight, or a pitcher plant holding rainwater in its elegant curve, you might feel a sense of wonder at how much creativity nature holds, especially in places where resources are scarce. Carnivorous plants are not monsters. They are survivors shaped by difficult environments, specialists refined by necessity, and some of the most fascinating engineers of the botanical world. Native to a small region of the Carolinas in the United States, the Venus flytrap looks like something designed by evolution with surprising precision. Each of its modified leaves is divided into two lobes that open like a hinged jaw lined with delicate trigger hairs on the inner surface. When an insect brushes against these hairs twice within roughly 20 seconds, the trap snaps shut in one of the fastest movements observed in any plant. There are no muscles or nerves involved, just a finely tuned interplay of water pressure, cell structure, and mechanical design. After closing the trap forms a tight seal. Inside, specialized glands release enzymes that break down the insect's soft tissues, allowing the plant to absorb nitrogen, phosphorus, and other hard to find nutrients. About a week later, the trap reopens, revealing only the dry remains, wings, legs, and exoskeleton fragments light enough to be carried off by wind or rain. It is a highly efficient system, perfectly suited to the nutrient poor soils where these plants evolved. The Venus flytrap represents the dramatic end of the carnivorous plant spectrum, an active trap powered by movement. But many of its relatives use quieter, passive strategies. Pitcher plants, for instance, take a different path. Found across several plant families, including Nepenthes and Sarracenia, these species form deep, vase-like leaves filled with digestive fluid. The rims of these pitchers often secrete nectar or scent compounds that attract insects. Once an insect steps inside escape becomes difficult. Some species have downward pointing hairs that form a biological one-way ladder. Others produce a slick, waxy surface that becomes nearly frictionless when damp. The result is the same. The insect eventually falls into the fluid below, where enzymes, sometimes aided by symbiotic bacteria, break down its tissues. Pitcher plants operate like natural pitfall traps, and they can be remarkably effective. A few of the larger tropical species, such as Nepenthes raja, have even been documented, capturing small vertebrates like frogs or rodents. These events are uncommon, but they underscore the impressive scale of these traps. Sundews use a far more delicate mechanism. Found on every continent except Antarctica, sundews produce leaves covered with fine gland-tipped hairs that glisten as if coated in dew, but those shimmering droplets are sticky mucilage. When an insect lands, it quickly becomes ensnared. Some sundew species can slowly curl their leaves around captured prey, increasing contact and digestion efficiency. Enzymes then break down the insect's body, and nutrients are absorbed directly through the leaf surface. It's an incremental but highly effective strategy. Bladderworts, by contrast, have one of the fastest and most intricate traps in the plant world. These aquatic or semi-aquatic plants produce tiny bladder-like structures along their stems. Each bladder is primed with internal negative pressure, and its entrance is sealed by a flexible door. When a small organism, such as a water flea or mosquito larva, touches the sensitive hairs around the opening, the trapdoor flips open, suction pulls the prey inside, and the bladder snaps shut again. This entire sequence takes less than a millisecond. Afterward, digestion proceeds inside the chamber, and the trap resets itself for another cycle. Some species take an even more unusual approach. The corkscrew plants, found mostly in tropical environments, produce underground tubular leaves that twist into helical structures. Microorganisms are drawn into these spiraling tunnels by chemical cues only to enter chambers where digestion occurs. Although difficult to observe directly, their traps are complex, elegant solutions to nutrient scarcity. Despite their dramatic variety, all carnivorous plants share the same underlying strategy, supplementing their diet in habitats where the soil lacks key nutrients. They still rely on photosynthesis like any other plant, but they've added a secondary method of nutrition that allows them to thrive where many species cannot. Over millions of years, evolution has refined these systems into highly specialized tools, efficient, adaptive, and remarkably diverse. The enzymes involved in carnivorous digestion, proteases, phosphatases, chitinases, and others, are highly specialized tools. What makes them especially interesting is how flexibly many carnivorous plants deploy them. After a trap closes, the plant does not release a generic mixture of enzymes. Instead, it can adjust the composition based on the type of prey captured. A protein-heavy insect prompts increased production of proteases. Prey with chitin-rich exoskeletons leads to elevated chitinase activity. This ability to fine-tune digestive chemistry in response to meal composition is unusual among plants and illustrates how deeply adapted these species are to nutrient poor environments. Some carnivorous plants rely not only on their own enzymes, but also on the metabolic work of microscopic partners. The fluid inside many pitcher plants, for example, contains communities of bacteria, fungi, protozoa, and even small invertebrates such as mosquito larvae. Each member of this miniature food web participates in breaking down trapped prey. In return, they gain a stable aquatic habitat and access to organic material. The plant ultimately absorbs nutrients released through this collective digestion. In these systems, the pitcher effectively functions as a self contained ecosystem with multiple interacting species contributing to nutrient processing. The evolutionary origins of plant carnivory reveal how often similar pressures can produce similar outcomes. Carnivorous traits have evolved independently in several unrelated plant lineages, showing that these adaptations consistently arise where soils lack key nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus. Bogs, fens, and sandy wetlands habitats where nutrients are either leached away or chemically unavailable provide the conditions that favor these unusual strategies. In such environments, the ability to supplement nutrition with captured prey becomes highly advantageous. Despite their dramatic adaptations, carnivorous plants are still fundamentally photosynthetic organisms. When nutrients are abundant, many species reduce their investment in traps and digestion. Some can grow almost normally in enriched soils in laboratory settings, relying on sunlight and minerals rather than prey. In other words, carnivory is an optional strategy, highly beneficial under specific conditions, but not necessary under all circumstances. It is a flexible, energy efficient response to environmental limitation rather than an inherent requirement. Unfortunately, many carnivorous plant species are vulnerable in the wild. Habitat loss, wetland drainage pollution, and illegal collecting have reduced natural populations in numerous regions. Wetlands. The environments where most of these plants evolved are among the most threatened ecosystems on the planet. Conservation programs now focus on protecting these habitats, establishing reserves, and educating the public about the ecological roles carnivorous plants play. And those roles extend beyond their striking appearance. Carnivorous plants influence insect populations, provide habitat for specialized organisms living in or around their traps, and participate in nutrient cycling in soils that would otherwise remain poor. Their presence signals unusual environmental conditions and contributes to the distinct biodiversity of such ecosystems. Carnivorous plants also continue to challenge expectations. Whether it's the rapid closure of a Venus flytrap, the sticky tentacles of a sundew, or the deep, fluid filled pitchers of a nepenthes, they demonstrate that plant life is far more diverse and adaptable than a simple focus on photosynthesis would suggest. They occupy an unusual niche, but within that niche, they excel quietly, efficiently, and with remarkable ingenuity. They're active hunters, quiet carnivores, green predators hiding in plain view. So the next time you come across one of these plants, whether in a botanical garden, a documentary, or on a windowsill, it's worth remembering that you're looking at a biological outlier, a plant that operates outside the standard rulebook a leaf equipped with mechanisms that few other species possess, a living system that pushes the boundary between what we typically classify as plant and animal. And somewhere, an insect is still following a sugary scent toward a pitcher, unaware that this particular bloom isn't offering shelter. It's offering a trap one that functions with precise biochemical engineering rather than hospitality. From the frozen ridges of high mountain ranges to the searing heat of desert dunes, and from salty mangrove wetlands to acidic peat bogs, plants have colonized nearly every habitat on Earth. They don't merely endure these environments, they adapt to them with remarkable flexibility, often developing traits that seem improbable at first glance. These are the specialists, the evolutionary experimenters of the plant kingdom. Their extreme adaptations didn't arise because the plants sought challenge, but because the environments they inhabit demand creative solutions for survival. Let's start in one of the harshest environments, the desert. The word alone suggests intense heat, minimal moisture, and long periods during which biological activity would seem impossible. Yet deserts support a surprising diversity of plant life. Chief among these are succulents plants designed to store water with impressive efficiency. Cacti are perhaps the best known examples. Their thick, swollen stems function as water reservoirs, allowing them to store moisture from short, irregular bursts of rainfall. What look like spines are actually modified leaves, an adaptation that reduces surface area and therefore minimizes water loss, while also offering physical protection from herbivores. A waxy cuticle further limits evaporation, and many desert plants, including most cacti, use a specialized strategy known as cam photosynthesis. In this system, stomata remain closed during the day and open at night, allowing plants to take in carbon dioxide without losing excessive water to the hot, dry air. But cacti aren't alone in their solutions. Aloe, agave, and euphorbia species, though not closely related, have evolved similar structures and strategies. This is a clear example of convergent evolution, different lineages arriving at comparable adaptations because the environmental pressures are the same. In simple terms, nature encountered the same problem multiple times and consistently arrived at similar answers. Deserts also host some truly unusual survivalists, such as the so called resurrection plants. Species like Selagonella, Lepidophylla can endure near complete dehydration. When water is absent, they contract into tight, desiccated spheres that appear lifeless. When exposed to moisture, they rehydrate rapidly, uncurl, and resume metabolic activity and photosynthesis within hours. It's not resurrection. In a biological sense, no death occurs, but the ability to pause nearly all visible life processes and restart them is an extraordinary adaptation to extreme drought. Now let's shift to an environment that is equally demanding for entirely different reasons. Cold climates such as alpine tundra and polar regions. Here, temperatures remain low for much of the year, growing seasons are brief, and the risk of tissue damage from freezing is constant. Plants in these environments must conserve heat, stay close to the ground, and make efficient use of short bursts of sunlight. Many alpine plants grow close to the ground in dense cushion-like forms that help them retain heat and shield themselves from wind. Their leaves are typically small, thick, and often covered with fine hairs that reduce moisture loss and limit frost damage. Moss campion is a good example. This Arctic and alpine species forms tight mounds that trap warmth, creating a slightly elevated microclimate inside the cushion. That small temperature boost allows it to photosynthesize even when the surrounding environment is near freezing. The Arctic poppy uses a different strategy. Its flowers track the sun across the sky, functioning like natural solar collectors. The plant's translucent petals help concentrate warmth around the reproductive structures at the center, improving its chances of completing its life cycle during the short growing season. Then there are the bristlecone pines, some of the oldest living organisms on Earth. Individual trees have survived for more than 4,000 years in high, dry mountain environments where growth is slow and competition is minimal. Their longevity comes from their extremely dense, resin-rich wood, which resists decay, insects, and fungal attack. Even when parts of the tree die, the remaining sections can continue living for centuries, and the dead wood itself can stand for millennia. From cold and dry landscapes, we can shift to environments that are nearly the opposite, waterlogged, low in oxygen and poor in available nutrients. Bog swamps and mangrove forests present a unique set of challenges, and the plants that live there have evolved equally unique solutions. Mangroves are a hallmark example. Growing in tropical coastal zones, they withstand saltwater saturated soils and shifting tides. Their specialized aerial roots, called pneumatophores, rise above the mud like small snorkels, allowing the plant to access oxygen despite the anoxic soil. Mangroves also regulate their internal salt levels, either by excreting excess salt through leaf glands or by compartmentalizing it in older tissues. Their extensive root systems help stabilize coastlines and reduce erosion, making them critical components of coastal ecosystems. Bogs present a different challenge. The soil is acidic, nutrient poor, and dense with partially decomposed organic matter. In such conditions, many plants struggle to obtain nitrogen and phosphorus. This is where sundews, pitcher plants, and other carnivorous species gain an advantage. Their insect trapping adaptations evolved specifically to compensate for the nutrient limitations of bog environments. When the soil provides little, these plants supplement their diets with what they can capture above ground. Salt flats, coastal marshes, and saline deserts add yet another layer of difficulty. In these habitats, salt concentrations are high enough to dehydrate most plants by drawing water out of their cells. Halophyte's salt-tolerant species have evolved mechanisms to counter this. Some excrete salt through specialized leaf glands, forming visible crystals that can be washed away by rain. Others isolate excess salt in older leaves, which are eventually shed. Salicornia, also known as sea asparagus or glasswort, is a well-known halophyte. It thrives in these saline environments and is even edible with a naturally salty flavor that reflects the conditions in which it grows. And while we're talking about unusual growing conditions, we can't ignore the high-flying plants known as epiphytes. These plants don't root themselves in soil at all. Instead, they grow on other plants, usually high in the canopy, where light and airflow are far better than on the forest floor. They're not parasites. They don't steal nutrients from their hosts. They simply use branches and bark as scaffolding. Orchids, bromeliads, and some ferns are classic epiphytes. They capture water and nutrients from rain dust and the small pockets of decaying organic matter that accumulate in cracks. Some bromeliads, such as the tank bromeliads, create a central reservoir that collects rainwater. These small pools become microhabitats in themselves, hosting insects, frogs, and even small snakes. It's a tiny self contained ecosystem nested within a single plant. A close relative of these canopy dwellers are the air plant species in the genus Tillandsia. These plants absorb water and nutrients directly through their leaves and require no soil at all. Their roots, when present, serve mainly as anchors rather than absorptive organs. Air plants are superb minimalists, thriving in habitats where many other plants would simply desiccate. Some plants have taken a different route and adapted to life on bare rock. Lithophytes grow in narrow fissures and stony crevices where soil is scarce. They rely on rainfall mosses and lichens to provide limited nutrients. Their roots are often short, but exceptionally strong, anchoring the plant against wind and erosion. You'll find these hardy botanists gripping cliff sides and rocky slopes, absorbing heat and sunlight like determined mountaineers. Other species have evolved to survive in environments shaped by a very different force fire. In Mediterranean scrublands, Australian bushlands, and various fire prone forests around the world, wildfires are part of the natural cycle. Instead of resisting fire, many plants have incorporated it into their life history. Certain pines produce serotinous cones that remain sealed until exposed to the heat of a wildfire. Once opened, the seeds fall onto a cleared, nutrient rich landscape, giving the next generation an immediate advantage. Species like the fire poppy or some eucalyptus trees quickly sprout or resprout after a burn, responding to the sudden increase in sunlight and space. In these ecosystems, fire is not just a disturbance, it is a catalyst for renewal. In regions where flooding is a recurring theme, plants have found different solutions. Water hyacinths and duckweed float effortlessly on the surface using buoyant tissues that keep them above water while their roots dangle freely below. The lotus is a notable example of aquatic adaptation. Its leaves are coated in a waxy surface that repels water, causing droplets to roll off while carrying dirt and microbes away. This lotus effect has inspired innovations in waterproofing and self cleaning materials. Nature's engineering often proves efficient enough that we end up copying it. Extreme environments also foster extreme partnerships. Many plants rely on symbiotic relationships to compensate for the conditions around them. Mycorrhizal fungi help roots access nutrients that would otherwise remain locked in the soil. Nitrogen fixing bacteria living in the roots of legumes convert atmospheric nitrogen into a form the plant can use. In other ecosystems, ants, birds, or bats form mutualistic alliances with plants providing defense or pollination in exchange for food nectar or shelter. All of these strategies reflect a central truth about plants living on the edge. Flexibility is their greatest asset. Whether surviving on cliffs, floating on lakes, enduring fires, or thriving high in the canopy, these species demonstrate just how inventive life can be when pushed to its limits. Whether it's storing water, excreting salt, dodging fire, or recruiting allies, plants have shown an astonishing capacity to adapt. They bend, but they don't break. They improvise, they innovate, and sometimes they simply endure, hunkering down and waiting for conditions to change. So the next time you walk across rocky ground, pass a swampy ditch, or look up at a wind blasted mountain slope, take a moment to look closer. The plants you see might not be dramatic or colorful, but they are survivors. They have turned adversity into opportunity, harshness into home, and they do it all without complaint or applause. Their resilience often goes unnoticed, but it is remarkable all the same. In their quiet persistence, they remind us that life does not always flourish in comfort. Sometimes it takes root in the cracks, blooms in the margins, and thrives in places no one expected. These are the pioneers of the plant world, tough, resourceful, and endlessly inventive. And in their resilience, they carry a lesson worth remembering, that being rooted does not mean being stuck, and that some of the most extraordinary lives arise from the harshest places. Every great drama has its finale, and in the world of plants, that finale is reproduction. Whether it unfolds as a vivid burst of petals and scent or a quiet, wind-blown drift of pollen plants, take the business of making more plants seriously. It's not just about producing seeds, it's about strategy timing, survival, and occasionally a little flair. Because even for organisms anchored in place, reproduction is a high-stakes adventure. At the center of this process is the flower part, beauty pageant, part biochemical workshop, and part matchmaking station. It is here that plants combine function with finesse to achieve their ultimate goal, genetic continuity. In most flowering plants, reproduction is a sexual system involving both male and female structures, often housed within the same bloom. The male structures are the stamens, each consisting of a filament topped with an anther, the organ that produces pollen. These pollen grains carry the plant's male gametes, its version of sperm. The female structure is the pistil, sometimes called the carpel. At its top is the stigma, a sticky platform designed to catch pollen. Below it is the style, a slender channel leading to the ovary, where ovules, the plant's eggs, are held. When a compatible pollen grain lands on the stigma, it germinates and sends a pollen tube down through the style, ferrying the sperm cells to the ovule. If fertilization succeeds, a seed begins to form. In many species, the surrounding tissues develop into a fruit, providing protection, nourishment, and crucially, a way for the seed to travel. Some plants are content to pollinate themselves. This process, known as self-pollination, is reliable and efficient. There's no need to depend on pollinators' wind or chance. For plants living in isolated or unpredictable environments, self-pollination can be a lifesaver. but the majority of flowering plants prefer cross pollination, receiving pollen from another individual. This strategy produces greater genetic diversity, which leads to healthier offspring and makes populations more resilient to disease, environmental stress, and change. Cross pollination, however, requires a courier, and that's where pollinators come in. Other seeds hitch rides. They cling to fur feathers, socks, and shoelaces using tiny hooks, barbs, or Velcro like surfaces. If you've ever returned from a walk covered in burrs, you've experienced this strategy firsthand. Plants like burdock and beggar's ticks use these clever attachments to send their seeds wandering across landscapes on the backs of unsuspecting travelers. It's simple, persistent, and surprisingly effective. Some plants take a more covert approach. They produce seeds that mimic the appearance of food, small enticing packages that ants eagerly collect. Once carried back to the nest, the ants eat only the nutritious outer coating and discard the actual seed in their underground tunnels where it germinates safely. This mutualism, known as myrmecochory, is especially common in forest ecosystems. It's free transport, free planting, and free protection, all courtesy of the ant colony. And then there are the seeds that rely on fire. In certain fire prone landscapes, including Mediterranean woodlands and Australian bushlands, some seeds will not germinate unless exposed to heat or smoke. These seeds lie dormant for years, sometimes decades, waiting for the right signal, an environmental cue that competitors have been cleared away and nutrients have been returned to the soil. Only then do they awaken. Fire in these ecosystems is not destruction, but renewal, a necessary doorway into the next generation of plant life. Each of these strategies, wind, water, force, fruit, fur, fire, is the result of millions of years of experimentation and adaptation. Plants may be anchored to the earth, but their seeds are adventurers. They sail, soar, leap, drift, hide, hitchhike, and explode their way into new territory. Reproduction in the plant world is both a quiet act of continuity and an extraordinary feat of engineering. And all of it flows from a single moment, a grain of pollen meeting a receptive stigma, a microscopic fusion of cells, the beginning of something new. From there, a flower becomes a fruit becomes a seed, and a seed becomes a possibility carried into the world by wind or wings or waves ready to begin the cycle again. Plant reproduction may look still and silent from the outside, but beneath that calm exterior is a universe of movement, intention, and remarkable design. It's the final chapter in the plant's story, but it's also the first chapter in the story of the next generation. A gentle reminder that even the quietest lives are always reaching forward. Every stage of plant reproduction reflects a balance between risk and resilience. A flower may bloom for only a few days, yet in that brief window, it coordinates an astonishing suite of biological events. Pollen release, pollinator attraction, stigma, receptivity, ovule, readiness. Each part unfolds with carefully timed precision, and for all the unpredictability of wind weather and wildlife, plants manage these cycles with remarkable consistency. Seeds, too, embody this quiet sophistication. They appear simple, small, dry, motionless, but inside each one is a living embryo suspended in a state of readiness. Dormancy is not inactivity, it's strategy. A seed waits sometimes for months, sometimes for decades, for the exact combination of cues that signal the right moment to begin life. Moisture, light, temperature, nutrients. Each becomes part of a checklist. Only when the conditions align does the seed break its dormancy and commit to growth. Once germination begins, the choreography is immediate and exact. The first root anchors downward, guided by gravity and moisture gradients. The first shoot pushes upward, sensing light. Leaves unfold, photosynthesis begins, and the young plant starts gathering the energy it needs to build stems, branches, and eventually its own flowers. In a sense, the plant is assembling the tools it will later use to reproduce again, a slow but persistent investment in the future. And while flowering plants dominate much of the visible world, their quieter relatives continue their own reproductive strategies. Ferns release spores, each a microscopic traveler carried by wind or water. Mosses rely on delicate capsules that burst open when mature, scattering spores across logs, rocks, and soil. Gymnosperms, with their ancient lineage, conduct vast wind driven exchanges of pollen each spring, filling forests with the light yellow haze, familiar to anyone who has ever wiped a fine dust from their windowsill. Asexual reproduction adds another layer of adaptability. When conditions are stable and resources abundant, plants can effectively copy themselves, sending out stolons, producing tubers, or forming bulbs that give rise to genetically identical offspring. It's efficient and reliable, a way of securing territory quickly without depending on external forces. And yet, many plants maintain the ability to switch between sexual and asexual reproduction depending on what the environment demands. If the climate becomes unpredictable or pollinators decline, a plant can shift strategies, ensuring its lineage continues. Across all of these methods, flowers, cones, spores, runners, seeds, the unifying theme is resilience. Plants reproduce with patience, precision, and flexibility. Their strategies are shaped not by speed or strength, but by timing, adaptation, and the long view of survival. In ecosystems around the world, from grasslands to rainforests to alpine cliffs, plant reproduction forms the foundation for life. Every forest, every meadow, every crop field, every patch of green begins with the success of this quiet, persistent cycle. So the next time you see a seed drifting on the breeze or notice the first buds of spring, remember what lies beneath that simple moment. A seed's journey through wind or water, a flower's careful architecture, a cone's patient release of pollen, a spore's flight into the unknown. Each one is a story of continuity, plants ensuring the next generation will take root, grow, and someday send their own genetic messages into the world. In the grand narrative of life on Earth, plant reproduction is the quiet engine that never stops turning, silent, steady, and essential. A reminder that even in stillness, life is always preparing for what comes next. Some researchers are exploring ways to redesign the arrangement of chloroplasts inside leaves so they can capture and use light more efficiently. Others are experimenting with introducing components from more efficient photosynthetic organisms, like certain algae, into crop plants. Even small improvements could have enormous implications for global food production and carbon management. Imagine crops that grow more abundantly while also pulling more carbon out of the atmosphere. It's an elegant solution rooted not in high tech machinery, but in the quiet power of green cells doing what they already do just a little better. But climate change isn't the only frontier where plants are stepping into the spotlight. Medicine is another. Many of our most important drugs originally came from plants. Aspirin from willow bark, Taxol, a powerful anti-cancer compound from Pacific yew trees. Quinine used to treat malaria from the bark of the cinchona tree. Plants are remarkable chemists, producing thousands of secondary metabolites, compounds not essential for their survival, but incredibly useful for ours. Today, researchers are uncovering new plant based molecules with potential to treat infections, inflammation, neurological disorders, and even cancer. Some labs are learning to grow plant cells in controlled environments, creating bioreactors that produce valuable compounds without the need to harvest wild species. Others are engineering plants to make pharmaceuticals more efficiently or even to produce entirely new molecules designed by researchers. Imagine a greenhouse filled not with edible crops, but with living factories quietly synthesizing vaccines, antibodies, or life saving drugs. It's not science fiction, it's happening now. Plants are also proving invaluable in environmental cleanup. Certain species are excellent at absorbing heavy metals, pesticides, and pollutants from soil and water, a process called phytoremediation. Sunflowers were famously used after the Chernobyl disaster to absorb radioactive contaminants from water. Mustard plants, poplars, and vetiver grass are being tested to clean up industrial sites, mining areas, and farmland contaminated by chemicals. Rather than digging up polluted soil and transporting it elsewhere, phytoremediation allows the environment to heal using the slow, steady work of plant roots, drawing toxins out of the ground. And then there's space, the final and perhaps most exciting frontier for plant science. If humans are ever going to explore or live beyond Earth, we will need plants. They provide oxygen, recycle, carbon dioxide, produce food, and help regulate humidity. More importantly, they support mental health. Even small patches of green can reduce stress, improve focus, and create a sense of normalcy in isolated environments. That's true on Earth, and it's even more true aboard a spacecraft millions of miles from home. NASA and other space agencies are already experimenting with growing plants in microgravity. Astronauts on the International Space Station have tended lettuce radishes, wheat chili peppers, and dwarf tomatoes. These experiments reveal how plants sense up and down without gravity, how water and nutrients move through roots in space, and how light cues guide growth when there is no sunrise or sunset. Engineers are designing plant growth chambers that recycle air, water, and nutrients with extraordinary efficiency systems that could someday support long term missions to the moon, Mars, or beyond. Plants may even play a role in building extraterrestrial habitats. Some researchers are experimenting with using plant fibers' roots or even fungi to create biodegradable building materials. Others are exploring the possibility of shaping living plant structures, bioengineered trees, for instance, into air filters, water purifiers, or structural supports. The idea that one day we might live inside or alongside engineered plant systems on another world is both futuristic and deeply organic. Even here on Earth, the intersection of plant science and technology is becoming a fertile ground for innovation. Engineers study the branching patterns of trees to design more efficient power grids and communication networks. Robotics researchers mimic the slow, probing movements of roots to build machines that can navigate through unstable terrain. Materials scientists look to lotus leaves to create water repellent surfaces to pine cones for moisture responsive fabrics and to grape tendrils for climbing robots. In agriculture, advances in genetics, soil science, and artificial intelligence are transforming how we grow food. Drones can monitor plant health with incredible precision. Soil sensors can alert farmers to nutrient deficiencies. Vertical farms grow crops indoors using optimized LED light recipes that mimic sunrise, sunset, and even moonlight. And researchers are exploring perennial grains crops that come back year after year without replanting to reduce erosion and improve soil health. At every turn, plants are not just passive elements of nature, they are collaborators, teachers, and examples of elegant biological engineering. As we learn more about how they sense, grow, communicate, survive, and adapt, we're realizing that many of the solutions we seek, cleaner air, healthier ecosystems, sustainable food, renewable materials, already exist in the natural world. We simply need to observe, understand, and follow their lead. And perhaps that is the quiet revelation at the heart of modern plant science, the recognition that life on Earth has been refining its systems for billions of years. Plants have solved problems we are only just beginning to face, and they have done so without noise, without haste, and without waste. Their wisdom is slow but profound, rooted in cycles older than humanity itself. Scientists at NASA and other space agencies have already begun experimenting with how plants behave beyond Earth. On the International Space Station, astronauts have grown lettuce radishes, wheat chili peppers, dwarf tomatoes, and more. These experiments aren't just about fresh salads in orbit, though that's certainly a perk. They help us understand how plants sense direction without gravity, how water and nutrients move through roots when they can't flow downward, and how light guides growth in a world without sunrise or sunset. Engineers are designing growth chambers that can operate as miniature ecosystems, closed loops where air, water, and nutrients are recycled with exquisite efficiency. These systems could someday feed astronauts on long duration missions, support lunar bases, or help establish the first greenhouses on Mars. Imagine looking out at a barren red landscape while tending trays of green leaves glowing gently beneath LED lights. It's a comforting thought and a vital one, because wherever humans go, plants won't just be helpful, they'll be necessary. Plants may even become construction partners in future space habitats. Some researchers are exploring how plant fibers, roots, and even fungal networks might be used to create biodegradable building materials, living structures that repair themselves, regulate humidity, or purify air. If that sounds like science fiction, well, so did space stations once. Here on Earth, the marriage of plant science and technology is blooming in all kinds of surprising ways. Architects study the branching patterns of trees to design more efficient buildings. Engineers mimic lotus leaves to create self cleaning surfaces. Robotics teams design machines that move like growing roots, slow, flexible, and able to navigate through unpredictable environments. Plants, it turns out, are master engineers, and we're just beginning to copy their homework. In agriculture, AI powered tools, drones, and soil sensors allow farmers to monitor plant health with astonishing precision. Vertical farms grow crops indoors under light recipes specifically tuned to mimic dawn, dusk, or moonlight. Some facilities grow lettuce in one-third the time of traditional farms, all with a fraction of the water and no pesticides. And researchers are exploring perennial grains, climate resilient crops, and regenerative farming practices that mimic natural ecosystems. At every turn, plants invite us to imagine new possibilities. They show us how to build sustainably, how to heal damaged environments, how to nourish ourselves, and how to survive in places far beyond our home planet. Quietly, patiently, they demonstrate solutions to problems we are only beginning to fully grasp. And perhaps that's the most striking revelation. The technologies of the future may look less like metal and circuitry and more like leaves, roots, and living systems shaped by billions of years of evolution. Plants aren't just background scenery, they are mentors in resilience, architects of balance, and innovators of the slow, steady kind. As we continue to explore the world, and worlds beyond plants will be our companions, our teachers, and our lifelines. Their green wisdom, humble and ancient, may be one of the most powerful tools we have for building a sustainable future. One of the most intriguing ideas in modern botany is that roots might behave almost like a distributed sensory network sharing information across the entire plant. Each root tip contains cells that detect gravity, moisture, touch, and chemical cues. When researchers observed the electrical patterns in roots, they noticed something remarkable. The tips fire signals in waves coordinating growth responses, much like a slow, decentralized nervous system. It's not a brain, not even close, but it is a system capable of integrating information and guiding behavior. In this way, a plant knows where the nutrients are richest. It knows when a nearby plant is crowding it for light. It knows when an herbivore has taken a bite of its leaf. Knowledge here isn't conscious. It's chemistry signaling and adaptation. But its effects are deeply intelligent. Plants also communicate above ground using airborne chemicals. When a leaf-eating insect attacks some plants, release volatile compounds that drift through the air to warn their neighbors. In response, those neighbors may begin producing defensive chemicals before they're even touched. It's early warning. It's preparation. And in some experiments, plants can distinguish between different attackers, releasing one chemical blend for caterpillars, another for aphids, and yet another for mechanical damage like a cut. Below ground communication becomes even richer through the fungal networks we sometimes call the wood wide web. Plants exchange not only nutrients but also information. A tree under drought stress can trigger nearby trees to close their stomata sooner. A plant attacked by pests can use the network to pass along chemical alerts. Some studies suggest that stressed plants receive more carbon from their neighbors, as though the network is redistributing resources to where they're needed most. Again, none of this requires thought, but it does require responsiveness, adaptability, and a kind of problem solving that has amazed scientists. And then there's timing. Plants measure day length with astonishing accuracy. They know when to bloom, when to drop their leaves, when to germinate, and when to store energy for the winter. Even seedlings, just a few days old, show circadian rhythms that keep ticking in complete darkness. These internal clocks allow plants to anticipate the world around them, opening flowers for daytime pollinators, releasing fragrances at night for moths, or shifting growth patterns before seasonal changes arrive. They don't just react to the environment, they predict it. Plants even sense touch in ways that are surprisingly nuanced. A vine knows when it has brushed against something solid and begins to coil around it. A climbing tendril can distinguish between something supportive, like a branch, and something unsuitable, like another tendril. These responses require cells to detect pressure, interpret the signal, and relay it to the growing tip, another quiet form of coordination. All these abilities, learning, signaling, timing, adapting, add up to something astonishing. Not intelligence in the human sense, but intelligence as nature defines it, the ability to gather information, process it, and use it to survive. Plants do this every day in slow motion, silently, with breathtaking subtlety. And in many ways, their strategies rival those of animals. They defend themselves with chemistry, they build alliances, they make trade offs, they cooperate, compete, explore, and endure. When you step back and watch a time lapse of roots, branching leaves turning toward the sun, flowers opening and closing with the rhythm of the day, plants begin to look less like scenery and more like participants, active, responsive, and deeply alive. Not conscious, not emotional, but undeniably capable. They remind us that intelligence doesn't always need a brain. Sometimes it grows from the ground up, woven into the tissues of organisms that have spent hundreds of millions of years perfecting the art of survival without ever taking a single step. Roots are also key players in communication. Through the mycorrhizal networks, the so-called wood wide web plants can send and receive chemical messages alerting one another to threats like insect attacks or drought. These messages often prompt the receiving plant to boost its defenses before the danger ever arrives. That's not just passive signaling, that's proactive behavior. But communication doesn't stop underground. Plants release volatile organic compounds into the air scents that act as distress calls, warnings, or even invitations. A plant being chewed by caterpillars may emit a chemical blend that not only alerts its neighbors, but also attracts parasitic wasps to handle the intruders. And the chemistry is stunningly complex. Different attackers trigger different scents, and a plant's past experiences can alter the mixture it releases next time. Some researchers have taken the idea even further, suggesting that plants may possess something loosely analogous to a nervous system. Not in the way animals do, there are no neurons, no synapses, but plants do use electrical signals to transmit information. When a Venus flytrap snaps shut, or when a leaf is wounded, electrical impulses, known as action potentials, travel through the plant. These signals are slower than those in animals, but they still coordinate responses across the entire organism. If one leaf is injured, tissues far from the wound may begin producing chemical defenses long before the attackers reach them. There is also emerging evidence that plants can detect and respond to sound. In controlled experiments, roots have grown toward the sound of running water, even when no actual moisture was present. Other studies show changes in gene expression when plants are exposed to specific sound frequencies. We don't yet know how plants perceive these vibrations, perhaps through mechanosensitive proteins, but the possibility that plants can hear in a broad sense adds yet another layer of mystery. All of this brings us to a philosophical question: what is intelligence? If intelligence means the ability to solve problems, respond to challenges, and adapt to changing conditions, then plants absolutely qualify. Their intelligence is not centralized, it's distributed, modular, and incredibly efficient. Each part of a plant gathers the information most relevant to its job. Leaves monitor light and gas exchange. Roots evaluate soil chemistry. Flowers react to pollinators. A plant in many ways behaves more like a network than a single organism, an integrated system of sensors and responders constantly adjusting itself to survive. And perhaps the most astonishing part is that plants do all of this without ever moving from their spot. Imagine living your entire life rooted to one place, unable to run from danger or go searching for resources. You would need to become exquisitely skilled at sensing, adapting, and optimizing. That's what plants do every moment of every day. This redefinition isn't just poetic, it's reshaping plant science. Researchers are using models from artificial intelligence and computer networks to study plant signaling and decision making. Some engineers are even designing robots inspired by how roots explore soil or how vines solve climbing problems. The idea is simple but profound. By understanding how plants solve challenges without a brain, we may discover new ways to build intelligent systems in our own technologies. Plants are also inspiring new ways of thinking about sustainability. After all, they already live the model we're trying so hard to design. They run entirely on renewable energy, recycle their own waste, and form cooperative networks that keep whole ecosystems thriving. Plants were practicing circular economy long before it had a name, and in doing so, they maintain balance, foster biodiversity, and build soil rather than deplete it. They are masters of living lightly and giving more than they take. But perhaps the most humbling lesson from plant intelligence is this: awareness doesn't require consciousness. A plant doesn't need to know that it's alive in order to behave as if it is. It doesn't have to feel pain to avoid harm or experience joy to seek light. Its actions are no less sophisticated simply because they emerge from chemistry structure and distributed processing rather than emotion or intention. This challenges our assumptions. We tend to equate intelligence with movement, noise, expression, things that are fast, obvious, and dramatic. But plants show us that intelligence can be slow, silent, and deeply rooted. That awareness can unfold not in seconds, but in seasons. So the next time you walk past a tree or gently tend to a potted herb, pause for a moment. You're not looking at something passive. You're looking at an organism that is monitoring its surroundings, calculating trade offs, forming partnerships, and executing intricate survival strategies. You're looking at a being that, in its own quiet way, is thinking just not the way you do. In a world that prizes speed, noise, and decisive action, plants offer a different kind of wisdom, a slower rhythm, a more patient attention, a way of living that isn't about dominance or display, but about listening, adapting, and enduring. Plants are not just part of life, they are life expressed in green, in patience, in presence. And as we learn more about them, we may discover that the line we draw between their intelligence and ours is far thinner and softer than we ever imagined. Because intelligence comes in many forms, and some of it is leafy photosynthetic and rooted right beneath our feet. At first glance, it might seem like the story of plants is a quiet one. No roars or howls, no thundering hooves or flashing teeth. But spend just a little time among them, whether in a dense forest, a sunny garden, a windswept field, or the little jungle on your windowsill, and you begin to feel something deeper. Plants are storytellers. Their stories are etched into landscapes woven through history and infused into every breath we take. From the oxygen in the air to the food on our plates, from the fibers in our clothing to the medicines that heal us, plants are not background actors. They are central characters in the human saga, and increasingly, they're shaping the story of our future. Let's begin with something incredibly fundamental: air. Every molecule of oxygen you inhale was created by plants or by their ancient aquatic relatives, photosynthetic algae. Billions of years ago, tiny cyanobacteria began releasing oxygen as a byproduct of photosynthesis. Over time, this transformed Earth's atmosphere, making it rich in the oxygen that complex life depends on. The world as we know it, full of animals, fungi, and eventually humans, simply would not exist without that quiet planetary makeover led by plants. In that sense, every breath you take is quite literally a thank you note to photosynthesis. Then there's the matter of food. In an age of supermarkets and convenience snacks, it's easy to forget that nearly everything we eat begins with plants. We either eat them directly, fruits, grains, vegetables, nuts, or we eat animals that rely on plants for their own survival. Plants sit at the base of almost every food chain. They are the primary producers, the organisms that turn sunlight into usable energy and nutrients. A single grain of rice or kernel of corn might look insignificant, but multiplied billions of times over, they form the biological and economic foundation of entire civilizations. Consider rice cultivated for more than 10,000 years and now feeding over half of the global population. Or wheat, the backbone of bread pasta, and countless staples. And corn, which appears as popcorn at a movie theater, sweet kernels on a grill, or invisibly in cooking oils, soft drinks, livestock feed, and even biodegradable plastics. These plants are not just crops. They are cultural touchstones, economic engines, and essential parts of the human story. But food is only the beginning. Look around you. The cotton in your shirt, that's a plant. The wooden table, the paper in your notebook, the tea leaves steeping in your mug, all from plants. Even the walls of your home, if built from timber, the paint containing plant derived oils, or the rubber in your shoes, plants again. They don't just fill our spaces, they help build them. Medically, plants are among our oldest and most reliable partners. Long before chemistry became a scientific discipline, humans learned to observe, test, and refine plant based remedies. Willow bark eased pain, eventually leading to the discovery of salicin, the basis for aspirin. The Pacific yew tree gave us paclitaxel, a powerful anti-cancer drug, and the rosy periwinkle produced compounds that transformed leukemia treatment. Across rainforests, meadows, and even overlooked hedgerows, there are likely thousands of plant-derived chemicals waiting to be discovered, biological stories encoded in molecules. Beyond their practical benefits, plants are deeply woven into human culture. Olive branches symbolize peace. The lotus represents purity and renewal. The oak stands for strength and endurance. Every culture on earth has its sacred trees, ceremonial plants, healing herbs, and emblematic flowers. They appear in myths, rituals, seasonal celebrations, and philosophies shaped by watching a tree grow a seed sprout or a flower open at dawn. The Japanese concept of hanami, for example, celebrates the brief, delicate bloom of cherry blossoms. In that short window of flowering lies a meditation on impermanence, change, and the quiet beauty of the present moment. In India, the tulsi plant is honored in homes as both a healer and a symbol of the sacred. In Celtic traditions, groves of trees were treated as natural temples, places where the divine could be encountered simply by stepping into the shade. In these contexts, plants are not just useful, they are meaningful. They're also musical. Many instruments, flutes, violins, drums are shaped from wood or plant fibers. The resonance of wood carries sound in a way synthetic materials rarely replicate. And countless songs, poems, and stories have taken inspiration from the rustle of leaves, the hum of wind through branches, or the scent of a flower that opens after dusk. Plants don't only form the backdrop of our world, they shape our imagination. And yet, despite all this, it's easy to overlook them. Part of the challenge is that plants live and express themselves on a different timeline than we do. Their changes are subtle, their movements slow. A tree may take half a century to reach its full height and stand for centuries more. A flower may open gradually across the span of a morning. A root system may explore the soil quietly over years. To truly see plants, we have to slow ourselves down. We have to match their pace. And when we do, something often shifts toward calm, toward curiosity, toward connection. This connection isn't just emotional, it's biological. Studies show that spending time among plants can reduce stress, lower blood pressure, and improve focus. Hospital patients tend to recover more quickly when they have a view of greenery. Children who grow up playing in natural environments often show greater creativity and resilience. Even office workers, surrounded by a few well placed houseplants, report higher satisfaction and well being. This makes sense when you consider our evolutionary past. For thousands of generations, humans lived in close relationship with plants, not only for food and shelter, but for cues about safety, resources, and the changing seasons. Recognizing edible berries, identifying medicinal herbs, noticing when leaves began to shift color, these skills guided survival. And even now, somewhere deep in our physiology, we respond to green spaces with a subtle sense of reassurance. The presence of plants signals stability. It tells us almost instinctively that the environment is supporting life. Which brings us to perhaps the most urgent part of the story, the future. As our planet faces climate change, habitat loss, and declining biodiversity, the role of plants becomes more critical than ever. Forests are not simply habitats, they are carbon sinks, climate stabilizers, and regulators of water cycles. Wetlands filter pollutants and shield coastlines. Grasslands anchor soil support pollinators and sustain grazing ecosystems. In every environment, plants form the infrastructure, the living foundation upon which all other life depends. And yet, plant species are disappearing at a startling rate. Many vanish before they're even documented. Some may hold the key to healing damaged ecosystems or treating diseases we have not yet solved. Others may play roles so subtle and interconnected that we don't recognize their importance until they're gone. The loss of plant biodiversity is not simply a scientific setback or an aesthetic loss. It is a real, tangible threat to ecological stability, food security, and human well being. But there's hope. Across the world, people are working to protect and restore plant life. Indigenous communities continue to safeguard traditional plant knowledge passed down through generations. Seed banks are preserving rare and heirloom varieties, ensuring they remain available for future research and cultivation. Ecologists are restoring degraded landscapes by reintroducing native flora. And everyday people, gardeners, teachers, artists, and students, are reconnecting with the plant world through community gardens, indoor growing, and regular time spent outdoors. Technology is playing an important role as well. Satellite systems monitor changes in forest cover. Genetic tools help scientists conserve rare species. Hydroponic and aeroponic systems allow food to be grown in cities, deserts, and other environments where traditional agriculture is difficult. These innovations show that even as we face unprecedented challenges, we are also finding new ways to support plant life. And then all of this begins with awareness, with noticing the plant outside your window, with wondering why a leaf is shaped the way it is, with paying attention to what the natural world is signaling. Plants may not speak in a human language, but they are constantly responding to their surroundings. If we take the time to observe them more closely, we can learn to understand their needs, support their environments, and perhaps even shift our own perspective in the process. Because ultimately, the story of plants is not separate from ours. It is our story. It is the breath we take, the food we eat, the materials we rely on, and the landscapes we inhabit. It is the shade that cools us, the bloom that marks a season, the root systems that hold ecosystems together. It is a story written in green, unfolding around us every day, asking only that we pay attention. So, wherever you are right now, on a forest trail, in a city apartment near a garden, or far from one, pause for a moment. Look at a plant, any plant, a towering tree, or a small weed growing through a crack in the pavement. Take a moment to recognize the connection you share with it. In its leaves, its roots, and its steady growth is a story older than humanity, a story still being written with every sunrise, every seed, and every stretch toward the light. And now, after moving through chloroplasts and root tips, chemical signals and carnivorous traps, desert survivors and ancient forests, we find ourselves back where we began, marveling at the silent, complex, and astonishing world of plants. What began as a simple exploration has revealed something much deeper. These quiet organisms, so often overlooked or reduced to background scenery, are among the most adaptable, essential, and fascinating life forms on Earth. They do more than survive, they shape environments. They do not speak, yet their communication runs through air, soil, and time. We've seen how they breathe for us, feed us, heal us, and inspire scientific discovery. We've followed their strategies, their coordination, and their continuous activity in both daylight and darkness. They reveal an entire dimension of life that is easy to miss unless we choose to notice it. They defend themselves, outsmart predators, plan for the future, and even in their own slow way learn from experience. They build the ecosystems that support nearly all life on Earth, and now, more than ever, they hold some of the keys to humanity's path forward. So, with all of this in mind, are you still awake? If you are, I hope it isn't, because I kept your mind too active, though if that did happen, at least you've spent the time learning a little more about the green companions sharing your world. And if you're already drifting, easing your way into sleep, may your thoughts settle on calm landscapes, quiet forests, slow growing vines, and the steady rhythm of a world that continues its work even in the dark. Before you fall asleep completely, I'd love to know where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. Feel free to share in the comments. Are you surrounded by houseplants, sitting near a bit of garden green, or maybe resting beside a small cactus, keeping you company on your nightstand? And if this gentle exploration of plant life helped you relax or sparked a bit of curiosity along the way, please consider giving the video a like and subscribing to The Sleepy Scientist. It's a simple gesture, but it genuinely helps me continue bringing you more calm, thoughtful content from the natural world and beyond. Thank you for spending this time with me and for joining this quiet journey through the secret life of plants. Sleep well, rest deeply, and remember the world is growing around you all the time, quietly, patiently, steadily. You only need to slow down to notice it.